Welcome in, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2022 USTA SoCal Pro Circuit. The tennis never sleeps, and neither do we here at CR. We come straight from the cornfields of Charles City, Iowa, ready to cover the final week of what has been a fantastic six-tournament stretch of ITF tennis. Of course, joining me to break down both semifinal Saturday in the singles, championship Saturday in the doubles is the man who's joined me the past couple of weeks here on our Cracked Racquets broadcast. You know him as a top 100 ATP player, former NCAA singles champion. We know him as our friend BK. It's Bradley Klon. BK, welcome back to our stream. How are you doing here in our final week of action?
Alex, it's great to be back with you again for another tremendous week of tennis and wrapping up the 6 weeks of the SoCal Pro Circuit.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun day of action. And I won't lie, they threw a curveball at us with today's schedule. Typically, we've started our Saturdays with our singles matches. We've then gotten into our doubles finals as the day has progressed. That is not the case for us. And in fact, we're ready to go right out on court as we're going to start today's action with our women's doubles final. Now, we'll have another men's singles match for all of you fans over the course of the next 5-10 minutes. The singles semifinals starting that way on the men's side of the action. But here we get right into a championship Saturday match, and you love to see that. 10:05 a.m. in California. We're already playing for titles. And on the far side of your screen, two first-time ITF finalists. Taylor Cataldi, 19-year-old, just finished up her freshman season at the University of Wisconsin. She's partnered with 17-year-old Isabella Sieg, both of these players in their first pro circuit final. We apologize. Stream's a little bit slow here. It's Saturday morning. Camera's just as slow to wake up as all of us humans. But BK again, Cataldi 19, Sieg 17 years old, first pro circuit finals as teenagers. Were you a teenager when you made your first pro circuit final? What are those nerves like?
I think I was a teenager when I made my first pro circuit final. But it's, what a great experience for them right out of the gates. Again, we've talked about over the last few weeks, just the importance of this series that the SoCal Pro Circuit has put on, and just for them to get this experience, to play for these titles, to get those nerves. Obviously the first one, you don't forget that. And just, it's like any final. You work your way through the tournament. I always say the first match is about as nerve-wracking as it gets. Once you get through the first round, you get into the tournament, some of those nerves start to relax, and then all of a sudden come Saturday, Sunday, finals day, all of a sudden you're playing for that trophy. It's sitting over there on the corner. There's something on the line. Those nerves start to creep back in a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. A strong start here in their opening service game, 40-15. Of course, these doubles matches, 2 out of 3 sets, third set a 10-point breaker, no ad scoring. Nice return there from Brianne Miner. 24 years old, was the 2017 NCAA singles champ for the University of Michigan. That year happened to be my senior year in Ann Arbor. I do remember the celebration being quite enjoyable when she got back from Athens. Of course, she's partnered with arguably the player of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit on the women's side. It's 2021 NCAA doubles champion McKenna Jones. In the 6 SoCal Pro Circuit events we played, McKenna Jones, 3 doubles finals now. She won a title back in San Diego Slow motion, fast, it doesn't matter. That's impressive tennis. To kick off our doubles final, and it's Minor and Jones breaking 4-1 love. And, you know, again, for a McKenna Jones, you sort of referenced this already, BK, but this is exactly what the SoCal Pro Circuit's about. McKenna Jones outside the top 1,000, coming into the 6 weeks of play, now into the top 1,000 in both singles and doubles. And again, it's that confidence, BK, right? That's what she gains maybe even more than anything else.
Absolutely. She's played so many matches, and credit to her for being able to stay this consistent throughout the 6-week stretch. You mentioned all the finals that she's been in, and that's going to give her and her partner, Brianne Miner, an edge in this final, just having that experience week in, week out. It becomes routine. You mentioned the confidence, but you expect to be there and expect to be in these situations.
Nice cross there from Sieg. I mean, yeah, even when you're making high backhand volleys, which in my opinion is just the most miserable shot in tennis, you know things are working well, right?
Absolutely. That's how you know you're calm, you're in control of your body. The court awareness it's almost like, you know, they talk about in football when the game slows down for them. It's the same thing in tennis. When the more confident you are, you just start seeing the openings a little bit easier. Your body's more in control. You're smoother. Just things really start to slow down. And that's the benefit of playing match in, match out, getting so many matches throughout the course of the week and putting yourself in these opportunities to play for championships.
So all of a sudden, though, it's the teenagers, Cataldi, Sieg, love 44 game point, break point chances. So Sieg returning on the ad side of your screen.
Okay.
$15.40, a great story for Brianne Miner, of course, just to see her back on court. 2017 NCAA singles champion. Battled patellar tendonitis in her knees for just about her entire career. So you see Cataldi, Sieg responding with a break of their own for Miner. She's been out since the 2018 season. Has slowly been able to work her way back on court. She's in her first pro final today. Obviously, BK, you unfortunately have had to deal with countless injuries throughout your career as well. How difficult is it to adjust back to the speed?
Yeah, the hardest thing with coming back from injuries is just the mental toll that it takes on you. The body heals physically, but it's just trusting that you've done the work, trusting that the pain isn't the same or that the pain will go away and it's temporary. Just getting over that hurdle, especially when you've been injured for a while, you kind of get in that pain cycle. You almost start searching for the pain, wondering if it's going to be there. So that's really the first hurdle. And then when you're trying to compete at this level, those thoughts can't be in your head. The thoughts have to be on, what do I need to do on court? What do I need to execute? What is my opponent doing? Just the X's and O's of tennis and competing. And that's just more and more difficult when you've got this other hurdle with the injury. So credit to her for getting back out there. And it's a process. It takes time. The hardest thing when you've had success as well, we mentioned our NCAA championship, you have to put yourself in the shoes of where you are right now. It's so easy to think back on, oh, I had this success and this is what my game looked like back then, and why don't I have it now? But it's really hard, but so key to stay in the moment, stay present, and just work from where you're at right now and take that and move forward.
Hands look good on that point. 30 all here now. By the way, about 2 minutes away from the start of our men's singles semifinal. Nathan Pondworth into another semifinal, his third of the pro circuit, taking on teenager Hudson Rivera. Nice forehand dipped low at the feet by Cataldi. Game point chances here for the first-time finalists.
Really strong, deep return there from McKenna Jones. So important, especially when you see that opponent serving and staying back. You get caught in that one up, one back formation. That deep return, so key, allowing your opponent to squeeze the net and force the server to come up with something good on that first ball.
And so it's 3 straight breaks to start our women's doubles final. Nice return there. And keeps the pressure on. Swinging volley goes long, so 2-1 Minor Jones lead. Keep an eye on that action. Meanwhile, we're ready to begin. It looks like on the far side of your screen, it will be Hudson Rivera, the 18-year-old, going to be a rising senior in high school next year. Rivera playing the first pro semifinal of his career. First 5 pro circuit events have actually all come, again, at this SoCal Pro Circuit. Rivera out of Rancho Santa Fe, California, exactly the sort of player this series of events is hoping to provide these opportunities for. Of course, on the near side of your screen, someone we've come to know quite well on this SoCal Pro Circuit, it's 24-year-old Nathan Pondworth. Pondworth had a new career high. 638 in the live rankings. Third semifinal for him here in these last 6 weeks. It's my first time watching Hudson Rivera play singles, of course, but we have seen him participate in the doubles. Rivera partnering with Ethan Quinn had quite a bit of success here over the past few weeks. Your thoughts on this matchup, BK?
Yeah, so I've actually been fortunate enough to hit with Hudson a few times, living in San Diego and training in LA myself. So gotten to see a good look at him from across the net. He's been injured for a little while, just working his way back. Has the size. I like his game. I'd say just from my experience and hitting with him, the backhand was a little bit more solid, moves the ball around, looks to change line off the forehand pretty quickly. And I noticed that. I think that's a better matchup against a righty, trying to get out of that forehand to forehand. You can tell he's a little bit more uncomfortable in the forehand rally. So the better he's able to take these forehands line, put Pondworth on the defense, and then go to work on the offense with him, I think that's going to give him his best look. For Pondworth, it's all about using his experience, jumping on Hudson Rivera early, taking advantage of some of these early jitters that come with your first semi. We see a couple break points, break point here already. So can he build on that success that he's had over the course of, we saw him last week in the semi, just trying to play some aggressive tennis, take it to Hudson.
It's a nice start from Nathan Pondworth, jumping on the early edginess of Hudson Rivera. And you love to see it right away, by the way. BK saying, hey, he likes to change direction with that forehand. He goes down the line. But ultimately, it is Pondworth with the strong start, 4-1 love. And let's bring up the graphic now. Nathan Pondworth again, 24 years old. Came into the week ranked 668 in the world, now 638, a new career high in the current ATP live rankings. Dropped his first set of the tournament yesterday against Alexander Petrov, but good wins for him early in the event, and perhaps most critically for Pondworth after a tough 3-set loss last week to Sekou Bangura. He bounces right back this week, BK.
Yeah, that's what you want to see, especially as a young guy working his way up the tour. It's all about how quickly can you put behind the losses. How quickly can you move on, recognize that the tour is a 52-week-a-year job. It's a long stretch with a lot of events. The more opportunities you get, the more you put yourself in that position, the quicker you're going to rise up. We saw last week against Bangura, just when he got down, he really raised his level in the first set, played aggressive tennis, looked to take control with the forehand, moving forward. We saw him even on the returns. He was jumping all over the second serve returns. And in that second and third set, it seemed like he lost a little bit of the energy, backed off, let Sekou start finding his forehand, moving the ball around. So I think for him, again, that right there is really what we're looking for if Pondworth is to have a lot of success today.
I say this
out wide. Yeah, sorry. But
no.
Serve out wide, setting the point, stretching it, and then it makes that inside in forehand simpler. Not an easy shot by any means, going the opposite way, but it's just simpler. He's got more room to work with.
Two things I would say. One, you never have to apologize for interrupting me, BK. They want to hear you. They're sick of my voice. But to your point, two, and I say this with affection, I view Nathan Pondworth in, the Walmart brand Tommy Paul, in that there are a lot of things he does well. Good athlete, can attack, as we see here, 40 love. A big first serve, Pondworth consolidates the hold. But to me, it's what's plan A? What does Nathan Pondworth do to make life easy for himself moving forward? I feel like that's often what delineates good players from the top 100 players, right?
Yes, it's the consistency. It's really knowing your game. Everybody has strengths and weaknesses, and they're all individualized to that person. So how well do you know your game? How well do you know where you're going to win points? Everybody's got one or two plays. You see a great pass. I like that play from Hudson. You can see his reliance on the backhand, how he actually shifted to the right to hit that and move forward. But everybody's got one or two plays in their arsenal that's their go-to. It's how well do you know those, and how well can you get to those? How often can you recognize what your opponent's trying to do, and get to those 1-2 combos that are your money makers. And the top guys know exactly what that is. They know how to defend against the opponent's combos, and they know how to get to their own combos.
And you do see Hudson Rivera, even here early, more comfortable extending through on that backhand wing. Good first serve there, 4-15 all. It's funny, I grew up with two brothers who are lefties. I was the odd duckling as the righty. Hudson Rivera plays like he has brothers who are lefties. And again, we do apologize here. Camera's freezing up a bit on us. Or shout out to our friends at Track Tennis for their support throughout the course of this SoCal Pro Circuit. We'll get back to that singles match shortly. Right now, 3-2, I'd say on serve, but we had our first hold of the match here by Cataldi and Sieg. And unfortunately, our camera's here frozen as well. Again, it's early here on a Saturday morning, working through all of our technical difficulties. In the meantime, I suppose let's go back to us here, myself, BK, in the moment. Super producer Daniel Westoff will let us know as soon as those cameras are back up. But again, big picture here, BK. I do want to talk about a Nathan Pondworth and a McKenna Jones who are at similar points of their careers. They just wrapped up a college career, 2021 season, first full year of pro tennis under the books. What are the biggest differences between year one and year two on the tour?
Year one is all about, the way I like to say it, is accumulating data. You're out there, you're trying to gain as much experience as you can, put yourself in different situations, get out and travel. One of the best things I did was traveling to different countries, playing on different surfaces. I never grew up playing well on clay, but putting yourself out there, and you want to see as many different types of opponents as well. You start to figure out, where can I hurt this opponent? What do I need to do? Certain players might attack you this way, or maybe you need to improve your second serve. The more you're out there, the more matches that you play, different types of opponents, you just start to learn your own game, and you start to make your way through the tour. And then really in that second year, like, you get some people that just burst onto the scene, right? I mean, we look at a Jensen Brooksby last year, who started at the challenger level, winning a few in South Africa in February. And by the time we got to the summer, he was just
best player in the world,
the hardcore ATP series. So you have that, but for the majority of the players, it's a slower process, and you have to be patient with that and recognize that there is a longer timeline, and you're trying to learn each week. And then you start to recognize some of the patterns that you learned in that first year and implement into the second, the third year.
I'm not saying Jensen Brooksby was the best player in the world last year, but there was like 3 weeks where he might have been top 10.
It was quite a run.
That's a best case scenario.
Remarkable to see.
Mm-hmm. Certainly was fun. And again, maybe it will be a McKenna Jones, Taylor Cataldi catching fire after this SoCal Pro Circuit run. 3-all, 15-all here. Minor and Jones able to get a hold of their own. Overhead sails a bit long there. 30-15 here now. Meanwhile, again, Nathan Pondworth in control right now of the first set of our men's singles semifinal. So Rivera does get on the board for 1-2. Do we have split screen available, super producer Daniel Westoff? If so, let's go there now. Follow both of our action. Pondworth serve up 2-1. Meanwhile, 3-all, 30-all here. across from Jones. Fortunately unable to execute a high volley. Meanwhile, Pondworth keeps the aggression up on his front foot. What do you think Pondworth's biggest weapon is, DK?
I really like when he's moving forward and attacking. I think he does attack the second serve well. We saw it last week. Saw him get up early here, having success moving forward. I think that's going to be his best brand of tennis, just looking to find that inside-in forehand, looking to get a foot inside the baseline and use those good hands at the net.
That inside-in forehand, a good call by you. When he gets his feet around that ball, turns into it.
Let's not forget how difficult a shot that is as well. It's just your body's moving one way. You're trying to keep that ball without spraying it into the alley. I mean, that's a timing play, and that's all about footwork.
You see here, Nate Pondworth, or excuse me, Jones and mine are holding, breaking, 4-4-3. Nate Pondworth here, 3 chances for the hold. 2-140 love. Three one hold for Nate Pondworth here, set number 1 of our men's singles semifinal. Of course, coming up after this one, going to be number 5 seed Ethan Quinn. He's had so much success over the past few weeks, including his first pro circuit title. He's going to take on our number 3 seed Jamie Floyd and Gel. Still have our women's singles semifinals later today as well. Right now, it's 18-year-old Hudson Rivera serving 1-3.
Thought this point really highlighted the chess match that we have going on here. You can see how quickly Rivera is trying to change out of that forehand cross. Really likes to funnel that line and then look to find the backhand. And you can see Pondworth recognizing that that is the weaker side of Rivera. Strong backhand line, looking to pick on that side more and try and get in. So that's kind of the chess match that I see unfolding as we get deeper into this match.
It is amazing to see how quickly Pondworth identified that forehand as the side to target.
Certainly, and especially if you've seen each other, maybe not played, but seen each other at these tournaments over the 6-week stretch, talking to other players, doing your due diligence before the match. Hopefully, I mean, nowadays with YouTube and you can go and find highlights of pretty much any opponent that you want. So that's the homework that you're trying to do before you step out on court. At least highlight and identify just a couple key components to focus on. And then once you get out there, it's about figuring out what it is on that day that's going to work and being a little bit more reactive to just what's going on in the match.
Pondworth working all of the corners right now. 15-30.
He does such a great job there, pinning Rivera back with that forehand, and stepping inside the court makes that drop shot so much more effective. He takes time away from Rivera reacting, also less time that he needs to get that over the net. Doesn't have to make the drop shot as good when he's taking that time away, and you saw the effectiveness there.
Nice serve there from Rivera, 430 all. Time for stupid question of the day, number 1. And actually, can we quickly go to our women's doubles or a split screen here, as we've got, I believe, a 4-3 deuce point. That does indeed look to have gone the way of Miner and Jones. So it's 5-3 for the veteran duo. Stupid question of the day, number 1, as we go back to split screen now, super producer Daniel Westoff. How do you practice the drop shot? Is it something you practice? Like, do you say to your coach, we're practicing drop shots today?
Ask Juan Carlos Ferrero and Carlos Alcaraz. Because he has the best drop shot that I have seen currently, and his ability to use it at the right time and always use it as the right play and execute it is the best I've seen in a while. But yes, it is something that you practice. It's like anything, you have to learn to develop the feel. It's also about understanding when to play it. You can have the great hands and a great drop shot, but if you don't understand when the right time is to play it, getting the sense from your opponent when your opponent's back in the court, when he's leaning on his heels, it's a good play as well. If you're attacking, to draw them in, to get them to step forward, and then allow yourself to then go back to bigger pace, more through the court, and put them on their heels a little bit more. So just, again, kind of a little bit of cat and mouse, getting them to think about other options, not letting them get set behind the baseline defending.
If I'm doing the drop shot power rankings, Alcaraz 1, Stefan Kozlov 2, big gap, everyone else. Bradley Klahn like 312.
That's generous.
As we see, Rivera fights off. Break point gets us back to deuce. Meanwhile, Miner Jones 2 points away from the opening set. You know who's 3 on that list? Marketa Vondrousova. Just have to give her the shout out. The lefty, the backhand drop shot she hits is elite. And like I said, there's stupid question number 1 of the day, locked in. Nice overhead under pressure from Taylor Cataldi. Set point fought off. Still, Miner and Jones going to serve for the set at 5-4. Again, it's been a ton of tennis here for McKenna Jones over these past few weeks. Two changeovers right now on both of our screens. So now feels like a good moment to remind all of you how we're able to make these SoCal Pro Circuit events happen. Shout out to our friends at the ITF, the USTA, of course, for certifying these events. But then it's families like the Kleegs, the Crabels, the Bryan brothers, of course. Their commitment to the grassroots level of pro tennis, essential, BK, in helping to get this sport off the ground.
Yeah, just a total team effort from this SoCal Pro Circuit committee. A huge thanks to all the sponsors who have made this possible and just providing the opportunity for these players to get their pro careers off the ground.
I've been waiting to be asked to serve on a committee for like 5 years. I think the last committee I served on was in high school. It's just so formal.
I was about to say, why the desire to be on a committee?
Yeah, it just feels like those are the decision makers. If you're on a formal committee, you got some power.
So it's the power.
Yeah, exactly. Our Cracked Rackets committee is just like me and Westhoff having a conversation in our kitchen. It's not a committee. There's no Zoom link.
Depends on how you sell it, right?
Yeah, that's true. Except for he gets all the decision-making power. So again, it's a little bit different, but of course here we see serving on the far side, McKenna Jones, Brianne Miner. Miner serving for the set here. Give me a cross, McKenna Jones. Let's see a poach here. Yeah, like that.
You ask and she delivers.
That's very, very kind. I think I see an AirPod in the left ear. She is tuned in. No, of course not, but see now 30-15. Again, 2 points away from the set. So it'll be a set point. 3 of them. For Miner and Jones here. Again, McKenna Jones in her 3rd final in the past 6 weeks. Brianne Miner, the 2017 NCAA singles champion. Just great to see her back on court. All the injury difficulties she suffered the past 4 years. First pro final for her. And she's 1 set away from a first pro title. Jones, Miner, 6-4. They take the opening set. With that in mind, we go back to our men's singles semifinal. 24-year-old Nathan Pondworth. 3rd semifinal for him in the past 6 weeks. Pondworth got the early break on 18-year-old Hudson Rivera, competing in his first pro singles semifinal today. But slowly but surely, it seems like Rivera's working his way into this one.
Yeah, I think that last hold at 1-3 was really important for him to sink his teeth into the match. Pondworth had been holding pretty easily, got that early break, and then was kind of on cruise control. And you could sense that at 3-1 game, Pondworth was able to grab that double break, go 4-1 with the way he's been holding serve. But Rivera gets through that game. A little bit of pressure now on the Pondworth serve. You start to think you're on cruise control. All of a sudden, you're still only down. For Pondworth, you're only up 1 break. A little bit more pressure on him on the service game.
It's time for stupid observation number 2 as we see that backhand sneak up the line for a breakpoint chance now. Hudson Rivera. I have never seen a facility with different colored courts at the same site. I've seen different surfaces at the same site, but I've never seen different colors at the same site. This is a first for me, BK.
Yeah, I wonder how they decided. It looks like they chose to play on the green and blue courts. Almost looks like you're over at SMU.
Yeah.
On the left side with the red and blue.
Set break point, excuse me, fought off. You know who made that decision? The Lakewood committee. Yeah, give me the invite. I'd have prevented that. So we're back to deuce now. And I really do, to your point, love to see Nate Pondworth stepping up on that forehand. Just so indicative of the confidence he's developed over these past few weeks.
Yeah, you can see there on break point, the ability to step up, hit that forehand inside in. That's been what his go-to so far that we've seen throughout the last couple weeks, and especially trying to pick on the Rivera forehand as well. I do like from Rivera that he's not backing down. He's continuing to look to move forward himself. You saw there he does a great job cutting off the angle on the forehand, just walking through that approach, forcing Pondworth to come up with a pass. Rivera, you're kicking yourself on that return. Pondworth spins in that kick serve. For Rivera, looked like he was a little bit caught between dropping back or stepping in and playing aggressive. That's one. Just give yourself the meat of the court right through the center to push Pondworth back and then look to be aggressive.
Now, all of a sudden, again, this game takes on that much more importance. Hudson Rivera, multiple chances to break serve. This is fourth break point opportunity here in set number 1. No doubt. That ball was long.
Right here, man. Let's go.
Frustration from Pondworth was that he didn't hear the call, but I think all of us watching on the stream could tell that first serve missed long. Pondworth going to make a quick racket change. He has to face a 5th break point now. Rivera inside that baseline pretty definitively, BK, on the return.
Yeah, I like the way he's looking to attack. That's really key, especially putting pressure on that Pondworth second serve, forcing him to either make more first serves, feeling the pressure for that, or going for more on the second so he's not on the defense so early.
Back to deuce, and I think that groan epitomizes how he must be feeling right now as the 5th break point chance escapes.
Yeah, you can tell these last 2 games are very pivotal. Pondworth had that opportunity to go up 2 breaks, kind of solidify the first set in a way. Now he's forced to work a little bit harder, and Rivera can sense he's starting to get his teeth into the match. But on that second serve, it's risk reward, right? You see him step in there, but he doesn't get a great hit. And when he's inside the court and leaves it short, now Pondworth has the opportunity to attack, and Rivera's a little bit out of position to defend.
And yet Rivera remains relentless. It's a 6th break point chance. Yes, 6th break point chance.
Something I look for when a guy like Pondworth is holding serve so easily, and now all of a sudden he's forced to work harder in this game. What is the first serve percentage? And you can tell in this game, he's giving Rivera a lot of second serve looks, and that builds confidence if you're a returner. Getting yourself into the point, being able to set up your patterns and find that rhythm. Again, another second serve opportunity for Rivera.
Well, he needed 5 shots, but on the 5th, it's ultimately a break back for Hudson Rivera. 3-all now in set number 1. Another thing worth noting as you look at Hudson Rivera, can't help but notice he's obviously covered in sweat already. 76 degrees right now. And as we approach 11 o'clock in Lakewood, California. Supposed to get up to about 85 today. And I bring that up. No shortage of physicality here early, BK.
No humidity in California. You know,
Is that just a rule? Good rule of thumb.
Not Florida. Look, if you stay in Florida, this will feel. It's not cool by any means. You'll definitely, especially as the match goes on, start to feel the heat a little bit. That's where those changeover routines come into play. Really important to just making sure you're staying hydrated, keeping that calorie intake up, using some cooling mechanisms if you can, an ice towel or cold wet towel, just to keep the body temperature under control.
Now Hudson Rivera sees the momentum, and with it, 10-point chances to take his first lead of the afternoon. get a little bit complicated here. Never a bad play to ask for that third ball in a moment like this. Just slow things down, regroup. By the way, that women's doubles final cruising right now. We want to get back there momentarily as we see 6-4, 3 love, 30 love now for Jones and Minor. So all of a sudden we're back to deuce. Can we go split screen? Super producer Daniel Westoff, don't want to miss any more of that second set. Once again, and Minor, Kenneth Jones finding their stride. Camera freezing on us, but the 24-year-old's now 2 games away from the title. And we'll go back to our men's singles semifinals. As soon as that camera's back up, super producer Daniel Westoff, we can go there full screen. Let's go to this Hudson Rivera game point here, 3-all at it. Just kidding, we're back. And Rivera holds 4-4-3. We go full screen now. Jones, Minor again. Here are 24-year-olds. Clever.
Nice feel there on the dropper.
I always like a good bat. We were joking about this. I don't know if it was with you or with someone else. Swinging volleys are back. They just are. The swinging volleys.
Last week's broadcast.
Yeah, it's making a comeback. Look, I've done a lot of talking.
Practice.
Yeah, exactly. I think on the way out is the chip and charge. On the way back in is the swinging volley. Yeah.
The chip lob is in doubles.
The chip.
You could call that the chip and charge.
Fair enough. I call that the bump lob, though.
Fair.
It just doesn't flow as well. The bump lob and charge.
No.
Yeah.
Still a chip. It's just moving a little
Fair.
slow through the air.
Also number 1 in my bump lob power ranking, Stefan Kozlov. Again. As we see Minor and Jones here in cruise control. Currently 2 more breakpoint chances for 5 love. Ask for the bump lob. You get the bump lob. Beautifully executed from McKenna Jones. Now her and Brienne Minor 1 game away from taking our women's doubles title here at the Lakewood Open. Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klon, thrilled to be here for the final week of SoCal Pro Circuit action. Still have 2 women's singles semifinals to go. Excited to get into those matchups over the next few hours. have another men's singles semifinal, then our doubles action here today as well. Nice sequence of backhands there from Hudson Rivera.
Yeah, tremendous point moving forward. Again, we're starting to see Rivera take it to Pondworth. We talked a little bit about last week what we saw with Nathan Pondworth when he got up against Van Gora playing aggressive tennis, but then lost a little bit of that energy. We're starting to see a bit of the same trend here as Rivera starts to settle into the match. He's the aggressor, and we're seeing him at the net a lot more often.
Jones crossing with ease. Again, the 24-year-old reached 3 SoCal Pro Circuit finals in doubles. Immense amount of success on the singles court as well for Jones. She reached the final last week. Won her first pro title in San Diego about a month ago. Well, nothing missed, so certainly some sort of let was called. So we'll get a first serve here for Brianne Miner. Okay, interesting. I'm of the ball don't lie church in tennis. So something there funky happened. But ultimately the point goes to the teenagers. And again, for Cataldi, 19 years old, could be a sophomore next year. Sieg committed to the Princeton University team. Princeton women's team, one of those rising programs right now in women's college tennis. Certainly, again, a valuable experience here this week. How about that?
Excellent reflexes up there at the net.
That's survival at its finest from 19-year-old Taylor Cataldi. So, okay. It's a big mountain to climb. 30 all now. Caught you peeking. And in the cookie jar. For Isabella Sieg, and now 2 match point chances. And I'll tell you what, for Brianne Miner, with everything she's gone through, I'm getting goosebumps. Not this time. And like that, Brianne Miner, McKenna Jones, 6-4, 6-love, your Lakewood Open women's doubles champions. And for McKenna Jones now, 2 doubles titles over the past 6 weeks. Brianne Miner out for 4 years with knee injuries. Back on court, back in the winner's circle. BK, what a moment.
What a moment. And it helps having that 5-0 cushion when you're trying to serve out your first title in a while, and a confident partner up in the net, and McKenna Jones, who's had so much success over here. Just a great moment for Brianne Miner.
And now I get to say something I never really need an excuse to say, but go blue. Let's go Wolverines on the board today with a Pro Circuit title.
You were waiting for that.
No, I really love Wisconsin as well. I'm a fan of all of these programs. Princeton, they've all been too kind to me. But yeah, you only attend one school. Or I guess in the era of the transfer portal, maybe that's not true. But us non-athletes.
That phrase is dying.
Yeah, exactly. Us one-school students. Some things die hard as we see Nate Pondworth still insisted on going for that inside-in forehand. It sprayed on him there, back to deuce. What does Pondworth need to get back to doing here, BK? Switch the script back in his favor.
Yeah, I think he's starting to feel a little pressure from Rivera, starting to force the issue a little bit more. We saw he lost a little bit of the energy, was playing a little bit too defensive. Rivera was starting to step in and move forward, be the aggressor. Now it's about trying to up his aggression, but within himself. It's so hard to get that offensive mentality back when you've gone a little bit defensive. It's a lot easier to go from offense to defense. It's harder to flip that switch and get more on the attack, but it starts with the first serves. If he's able to get that first serve in, strong placement, find that first ball where he can be more offensive, and he can start to gain that rhythm and confidence back a little bit.
Service numbers don't look bad for Pondworth, making 2/3 of his first serves. 65% win percentage on the first, 55% on the second, and yet, again, these past two service games in particular, feels like we've seen a dip in the first serve percentage of Nathan Pondworth.
Yeah, it really seemed to change when he didn't get that insurance break at 3-1. We got a little bit more confidence.
Beautiful sequence there from Nathan Pondworth. Much needed hold. After dropping 3 straight games, he's back on the board 4-4 all. It's interesting twofold. One, watching Hudson, I think physically, to see how equal this match has been between he and Pondworth has been something that's stood out to me. But as we watch Rivera here, his opening service game 4-4 all, one of the other things I can't help but think of is Nate Pondworth, 24 years old, looking at this 18-year-old Rivera thinking, oh my God, like this kid's already this good and he's 6 years younger than me. Do those sorts of things ever sink in, BK?
I think there can be a little bit of pressure as well on playing a younger opponent, right? Who has a little bit less to lose, can swing a little freer. And for Pondworth, it's really important to stay in the moment and not get too far ahead of yourself. It's easy to start thinking, I'm playing a young up-and-comer. Maybe I should win this match. Like, shoulds are the bane of every tennis player's existence. But you start to get caught up in the what ifs. So it's got to be careful about that. I thought he did a good job at the beginning. He took advantage of a few of the nerves from Rivera, but you have to expect that those are going to settle down. That's temporary, right? You have to be ready for when Hudson Rivera makes that run, settles into a groove, and is able to start showing some of the tennis that he's been able to play to get here.
It's a little sloppy with that footwork for Nate Pondworth. Didn't really get his feet to that ball. And you could see with the faux racket smash, some frustration has set in.
Yeah, you could see him running directly at that ball instead of getting around the side of it, taking that extra step and a half to put himself in position.
It's a nice first serve for Hudson Rivera. He holds 4-5-4. If we have them, super producer Daniel Westoff, can we pull up the stats from this match so far? Because I think there's one number that stands out to me, perhaps more than anything else, or it's a sequence of numbers. Right now, Hudson Rivera, 18 of 32 on the first serve, making 56% of them. He's 14 of 18 when he lands that first serve, 6 of 14 when he doesn't. Those, again, the differences between 78% and a 43% conversion rate. If I were to say, epitomize an 18-year-old in one statistic, it would probably be that. It's like, first serve, he looks good. Second serve, gets a little shakier.
That's one of the things you learn as you grow on tour and you gain more experience. At each level that you progress, juniors, college, pros, and working your way up the pros from futures to challenges to tour level, you have to do more and more with the second serve because guys are too consistent at attacking that serve and putting you on the defense.
Absolutely. And I just think, again, watching Rivera play this match, you see the comfort level that he's up to speed. I think he's no longer intimidated by that Pondworth cross-court forehand.
No, he's not. He's managing it well. You're seeing his ability to stay in the cross-court rally a little bit more than we saw at the beginning of the match, and that comes with confidence, right? That once you start feeling more confident, you're able to start moving a little bit freer. You're playing more aggressive. We've seen him work his way to the net more in the last 4 or 5 games. All really good signs.
From Pondworth there to get up on the body of Hudson Rivera. Again, Rivera just 18 years old, currently uncommitted. He's the blue chip recruit out of Rancho Santa Fe, California.
I like that play as a defense to what Rivera's been trying to do. If you get an opponent who likes to come in on his own terms, draw him in on your terms. You see Pondworth drops that slice short. It's not a drop shot, but a low angled, forcing him to move forward and play a little bit of a broken point, testing the hands of Rivera.
By the way, for all of you waiting for the start of our women's singles semifinal, looks like semifinal number 1, Snow Hahn versus Madison Sieg, now on court in all USC Trojan semifinal, getting out there for warm-ups. We'll head over to that match when the action gets underway. It's a nice approach for Hudson Rivera. You said you've got the opportunity to hit with him. He's what, 6'3", 6'2"?
6'2" or 6'3". He definitely has the size and the ability to grow into his body as he continues to develop and build some of that strength.
pumping himself up as well, sensing a little bit of an opportunity. He has been in control, might be hyperbolic, but he's had the momentum.
Certainly. You see Pondworth just a little bit slower, moving around in between points. Really needed an easier hold after those last couple games. Credit to Rivera, keeping himself in this game, forcing Pondworth to work a little bit harder.
No one wants to work hard on a Saturday. Come on now.
Unless you're a tennis player.
Yeah, exactly. Then you're like, I'm in the semis.
Yeah.
I did it.
You want to be working on the weekends.
Yeah, exactly. As we see for Hudson Rivera, the thing when I watch him work, it's just so smooth. Everything's in rhythm. Nothing seems to be overwhelming him, and now he's got a set point chance for a one-set lead in our semifinal. Save for Pondworth to get us back to deuce. All right, set point chance number 2.
Again, Pond was struggling to find that first serve, especially later in this set in key moments, giving Rivera some good looks on seconds. And you can just see from the first ball off that forehand return, he's looking to be aggressive moving forward. He's sensing the opportunity.
It's a 9th break point chance here on top of the set point opportunity for Hudson Rivera in this opener. Forehand into the net, and it's 18-year-old Hudson Rivera from 3-1 break point down. It's a 6-4 opening set for the 18-year-old BK. Not too shabby for his first pro semifinal.
Really gritty effort from him to fight his way back after the sluggish start. You can see him really sink into the match, starting to find that workload, pump himself up, get over the hump, get that break of serve back, and really from that 3-1 down, getting that hold, played that long break, and it, like you said earlier, the momentum was all on his side. See him dig into the match. We saw the offense. Good defense there on display to win that set, showing the fight. Really impressive first set from Hudson Rivera.
Well, showing off the Stanford background again, you used the perfect word, gritty. It was gritty in set number 1 from Hudson Rivera. And so again, the 18-year-old 1 set away from a first pro circuit singles final. With that said, we've got our first women's singles semifinal now on the court. Of course, McKenna Jones, Brianne Miner, our women's doubles champions, but always fun for us here in the broadcast booth, always miserable for the players out on court to be teammates and have to face off against one another in a pro circuit event. That's precisely what we have on our screen now. It's rising redshirt sophomore and 20-year-old Snow Han, number 5 seed on the far side of your screen, has had so much success in this SoCal Pro Circuit, including her first pro title just 4 weeks ago. She's taken on incoming freshman, 19-year-old, the number 2 seed Madison Sieg, to her third Pro Circuit semifinal of her career. We talked about this in weeks prior, BK, but to those joining us for the first time, again, 2 USC Trojans on court. It helps that Sieg hasn't spent the full year yet on the USC campus, but how miserable is this for both of these players here in the opening stages?
Yeah, I'm sure they obviously know each other through the recruiting stage. They haven't had a full year in school together yet, so the bond might not be as strong or sink in. And if you're Snohan, you definitely wanting to set the tone for the incoming freshman. But on the flip side, for Sieg, just wanting to continue to prove her spot, earn her way into the, higher up the lineup. What better opportunity than a live challenge match at an ITF Pro Circuit event?
Certainly, and for Sieg, 19 years old, as such, hasn't been able to play the junior events this year. She's been in Cancun, grinding away on the ITF Pro Circuit. For her to be able to get back to the States, play a bunch of matches over the past few months. Massive opportunities for her. She won her first pro title back at the start of March in Naples. Again, Han won her first pro title in San Diego just 4 weeks ago. By the way, for Sieg's second straight match against a Trojan, as she knocked out last week's champ Erin Cayetano yesterday. And first time for me watching Sieg play. Of course, having watched quite a bit of Snohan, not only during standout redshirt freshman season that saw her go 31-10, I believe, in singles matches on the year. 33-12. That right there is the exact sort of point you can expect from Han over and over throughout the course of this match. Uses her speed so well to turn defense into offense, beat you to the spot. First time watching Sieg play for me, but certainly early on here, love the weight of the shot that 19-year-old is able to get behind each ball. We go to deuce here in our opening service game. Of course, those of you saying, what is this hitch in the service motion of Snohan? Well, there were points during this 2022 college tennis season where she had to serve underhand. Still slowly and surely working her way back from shoulder difficulties.
And we talked about it with Bree Minor earlier in the broadcast, but just the difficulty of overcoming the injury, the mental hurdle, beginning to trust that shoulder again, and especially on the serve with the difficulties that motion puts on the arm. Credit to her for getting back out here, fighting through that.
Snohan get her opening service hold for 1-love as we enjoy a little split screen action. Love to see this from Nathan Pondworth, not going away. 3-set loss for him last week to Sekou Bangura, and right now he's got an opening break point chance, trying to take another break lead, and in fact it's a Hudson Rivera double fault. Rivera's third of the match allows Pondworth to do just that. So it's another early break, opening service break, by the way. Similar script for Nathan Pondworth here in set number 2. Meanwhile, 1-love, Snohan, now on the near side of your screen, the 20-year-old facing 19-year-old at number 2 seed Madison Sieg. And you love to see, get 19 years old Sieg, 720 right now in the current WTA singles rankings. Never the worst thing in the world to enter college in the top 800.
Not at all. Show yourself that you have what it takes. You can get some results out there on the pro circuit. Go and continue to develop your game in college. I'm a big proponent of the college system, just continuing to build that strength, playing a lot of matches in a comfortable team environment. You have a lot of support around you. Universities are so great at providing the facility and the resources, all while getting an education as well. Let's not forget the importance of that and just the balance that it provides these student athletes.
If you're in Palo Alto as an NCAA singles champion, do you get to go use the Stanford workout facilities? Like, if you're like, hey, I'm in town, is Goldie like, all right, doors open?
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, a much deserved perk. If you win an NCAA title at a school, they should let you in the dining halls if you'd like.
Go get some corn dogs or whatever cafeteria food. I'm trying to think. Just plates and plates of pasta.
Yeah, exactly. I'm 100% sure that the Stanford dining hall has better options now than it did in 1994 when you were there.
Yeah. Let me find you see any gray hairs?
Yeah, exactly. For the record, 2009, 10, 11, not that long ago. But I'm sure that 10 years, I'm sure the dining halls are nice.
A lot has changed. This year's my 10-year reunion. And a lot of, yeah. You laugh. I know. A lot has changed on campus since I stepped foot in September of 2008. Yikes.
Again, we're playing our own game here, but Yana Khanna, another former USC Trojan, was part of their 2012 NCAA championship winning team. He turned 30 last year, and I was like, Yana Khanna's 30? I was like, there's no chance this guy. I was like, how old does that make me? Too old is the answer. Too old, as we see Madison Sieg, not too old, 19-year-old, gets the hold for 1-all. Meanwhile, it's 18-year-old Hudson Rivera. Breakpoint chances right back here to start that second set. The reason I bring all of this up, BK, is because you mentioned you're an advocate for college tennis. We have 3 players here who are certain to play or have played college tennis. Unclear for Hudson Rivera, uncommitted in the moment, but again, a rising senior has a little bit more time to make that decision. Why? Why college tennis, BK?
I think at a young age, you're still learning a lot about yourself. College is a great way. You get a great education. You get a social education as well. I think it's really important getting around other people, developing skills off the tennis court, just being a well-balanced individual. You have a great opportunity to utilize the facilities and the resources that college provides you. You're in a team atmosphere. You've got a team that's pushing you to be great, and you're constantly surrounded by a positive environment there. It's really important, and especially when you get out there on tour and you're doing it week in, week out, you need that maturity to handle the ups and downs. It's not all gravy out there. A lot of the time it can be lonely. You're traveling. Maybe you have a buddy or two, but especially early on when it's difficult to fund a full-time coach, full-time physio, there's a lot of time spent on your own, and you need the support team around you, home, friends, family, to keep yourself grounded and to keep life in perspective. And I think ultimately that's what college provides.
Pondworth had his opportunity there on the dropper, unable to put it away. So we're back to deuce there. I also hear there's a secret handshake between all the college players on tour that you only learn once you're on the tour, but then at every event you get to use.
Where'd you hear that from?
I can't confirm or deny.
It's news to me.
Yeah. That's a good roar there from Pondworth. He's trying. I think he's in survival mode right now. It's impressive to see.
Yeah, good on him for getting that early break again, having to battle out of this game, down love 40 in this game, and willing himself back. Got a game point here to solidify that break.
But a good ball from Hudson Rivera. And again, you look for Nathan Pondworth, who again in his third semifinal of this USTA Pro Circuit. It's 11-5, 16 matches in total. This is match number 17 for him of these past 7 weeks. Not an insane amount, but you're playing more than 2 matches a week. A healthy number, no doubt.
We saw the semifinal appearance last week. We talked last week about how difficult it was what Zach Svida did, winning back-to-back titles, and just the physical and mental toll that it took on him, never having played 10 matches in 2 weeks, let alone win 10 matches in 2 weeks. Pondworth, semifinal last week, another semifinal appearance here. It goes both ways, right? You build up the confidence to play, you get in the routine, but it is tiring. Great hold there for Pondworth, though.
Big hold for 2-love. Now I'm thinking in my head, what's the most matches I've played in a 2-week stretch? Maybe when I was 14, 15, I might have hit double digits. Maybe. That's a big maybe, let's be clear. And it was only because we played quads back in high school, so you'd have 3 matches in one day.
A lot of tennis.
A lot of tennis, no doubt. High-level tennis as well. By the way, very quietly, we're an hour, 15 minutes into this match. We've only played 12 games. Speaks to the physicality of these points. I would say I don't see a definitive weapon for either of these guys. I don't think either of them does anything, has a particular advantage in any one field of this match.
You're not seeing this first strike ability. You're seeing a lot of long points, long games. We're not seeing a whole lot of serve +1 and finishing the point off.
That's exactly it. It does feel like there's more craft. You have to hit 2, 3, 4 balls to open up the space.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, sticks with the theme of the week. You have to love post-Wimbledon. We're getting ready for the North American hard court stretch, and this week the ATP Tour is playing on grass and clay courts.
Would you have it any other way?
I would not. That's why you come play this event instead. As we see Pondworth on the stretch there, just not quite able to get that ball over the net.
He read the Rivera forehand properly, just still outstretched. But again, this is a pivotal moment. We saw early in that first set, right? Pondworth had that opportunity to get up, double break. Again, he's got a break lead and a love 30. Is he able to capitalize and continue stretching this lead?
Well, dare I say this feels eerily similar to set number 1, where we saw Hudson Rivera get off to a slow start. Nate Pondworth had opportunities in the first 3 service games of Rivera, and yet he wasn't able to capitalize to take that double break 4-1 lead, paid for it in the opening set. That was a little bit of a bailout forehand return there at 15-30. Good ball there from Rivera. Another ball that's in, another trend in my opinion. The short angle forehand. I think it's back in.
You're seeing guys play so far back behind the baseline, especially on returns, giving themselves more time to see the ball, get a full swing. But when you give up court positioning, what do? You open up the angles. It's not all about pace. Not all about power and through the court, but how far. We talk about this a lot. How far can you stretch the court? See Pondworth playing kind of through the court there. Take a little bit of pace off. The dropper was wide open in that point with Rivera so far back. Those are the kind of things that you start to see as you push the opponent back. Start to see the angles. Now you force him to come back up to defend against that. Then you can go back to that power. It's all about this chess match and maneuvering the opponent around the court.
Our Cracked Racquets fans will understand my sarcasm when I say I fancy myself one of our tennis minds of the generation. And I was today years old when the synapse fired of, oh yeah, their return position is 12 feet behind the baseline. The short angle is the wide open play there. That is the smart response. And with that return position becoming the norm, that would explain why the short angle forehand is back. So these are the lessons you learn with an actual tennis mind, like Bradley Klahn here on our stream today, as Hudson Rivera earns himself a game point chance. But a laced return from Nathan Pondworth. That's nice.
Last point on that position as well that I'll bring up is guys move very well laterally. You don't see as many guys enjoy or feel comfortable moving linearly, moving forward towards the net. You get them out of that pattern of side to side, covering the court, force them to change their movement patterns. That's when you start to have some success.
So there's the double fault for Hudson Rivera. And those have started to pile up on him a bit. His 7th of the match. He's now 7 for 21 on that second serve. I think he's acknowledged, look, if I roll it in, it's not doing much for me anyways. 7's a big number, BK.
Yeah, that's a lot, and we saw that cost him in the opening game of this set. Double faulting to give away the break again, setting up another break point with a double fault, and again another second serve opportunity for Pondworth. Great job from Pondworth there, just staying consistent, forcing Rivera into a questionable decision with the drop shot, and gets that insurance break he so desperately wanted in the first set.
And so it's 3-love now, Pondworth in the lead. Meanwhile, Snow-Han nursing an early 3-1 break lead, but break point chance back here for Han's future teammate, 19-year-old American Madison Sieg. Get out of the hand, some early frustration.
She went for the return. Great deep return on that second serve. Got the ball she wanted, just didn't quite adjust there. Han does a great job defending with depth.
And that's been the fun part about watching Han, is the contrast she poses for so many opponents. Counter puncher through and through, who has that sneaky athleticism to turn defense into offense. Spraying there. So again, certainly you look for Snow-Han. The serve's going to have to become a bigger weapon. Too many players on the WTA Tour are going to punish her on their return of serve, but she sneaks by, finds a way, and right now, again, game point chance here to consolidate, make it a 4-1 lead. Good return, though, from Sieg, who, when I watch hit the backhand, I mean, again, how well she gets her weight moving forward into that shot. It's a lot to like on the return of serve. Shades, dare I say, of a Belinda Bencic with that backhand return. So now it's a break point chance here. Guess back on serve. But that's what Snow-Han does. You don't expect it, and she'll take that forehand, slap it cross court. I love the athleticism. That's what jumps out to me. It's just like the quick twitch you need in tennis, she has.
That is gutsy hitting down break point. Big offensive tennis. No fear there. Just playing with a lot of margin, too.
I'm going to ask if we can, super producer Daniel Westhoff. Let's go split screen. As how about this? Nathan Pondworth running away with set number 2 right now. Scoreboard may have disappeared on us momentarily, but right now, there it is. Nathan Pondworth for love. Looks like we may be headed to a decider in our first men's singles semifinal. And I will say this is a stupid note, and in reality, scheduling has nothing to do with this. But for the tennis nerds out there, here we go. Stupid point number 3 for those of you keeping track at home. They scheduled the women's doubles final first, which is not something that happens very frequently at tournaments. I will be fascinated to see what finishes first, the men's side or the women's side action today. Again, we're really nerding out, but this is an excellent test case. What should the schedule look like? I like the experimentation here in week 6.
Predictions?
It's a slow start for the men. I'll say that.
It all depends on the matches, though.
Yeah, that's the
beauty
exactly.
of tennis and the beauty of the scoring system that we have. There's no time clock.
I'll say this again, you want to be the team with the first point on the board. And right now the women's side has the first point on the board. So we'll keep that in mind as we're monitoring, again, the scheduling nuances. But Hudson Rivera gets on the board for 1-4 in men's singles semifinal number 1. We go back here to this long service game here for 20-year-old Snow Han. Ooh, there's a correction there. And Han's going to ask, that should be my point. She wasn't getting that ball back. And to be honest, I think she has a valid point there.
That one's such a tough one. It's always up to the chair umpire's discretion, and they have a lot going on, calling the lines.
No, that's the right call. But I think Snohan does have a case to make of, like, was she going to get that back? And as we say, the ball don't lie. So Snohan, it got complicated, but the break gets consolidated. Rhyme unintentional there. I apologize. But 4-1 here. And with that moment, let's quickly introduce these women's players, how they got to this point. We'll start with the 20-year-old Snohan, again, a rising sophomore, redshirt sophomore at USC. And 33-12 in that inaugural college campaign. Won her first pro circuit title about a month ago here on the SoCal Pro Circuit. Straight set wins for her against Texas's Rapalou, Auburn's Caroline Ansari in her past 2 matches. Now she gets the 19-year-old Madison Sieg, again, future USC Trojan, knocked off her future teammate, Erin Cayetano. Nice win over a future Pac-12 opponent, at least for now, in Jessel Sola, the rising Cal sophomore. Again, Sieg, 19 years old, in the top 750 in the world rankings. Good place to be as she kicks off her collegiate career. Meanwhile, 24-year-old Nate Pondworth in his 6th professional semifinal of his career. Half of those have come over the past 6 weeks. There's finding your stride. You look that up right now in the dictionary, you'd see a photo of Nate Pondworth. But a good return there for Rivera for love 15.
Great recognition from Rivera there, moving forward, sensing that deep returns really hurt Pondworth, and again using the drop shot effectively there with his court positioning.
So Hudson Rivera, again, was in a similar situation in set number 1, but it was only a single break deficit, not that double break that Nate Pondworth has in hand, and the 24-year-old Pondworth to keep his nose in front would certainly help him to get off the court in this second set quickly. Okay, here's a moment for the 18-year-old Rivera to just keep the pressure on, get one of these breaks back. Great pass there from Nate Pondworth. I will say this, though, BK, that one was a little too scripted. I think Rivera knows exactly what's coming now on most of these points.
Yeah, Pondworth's starting to get pretty predictable with the serve. We talked about the struggles in that first set with the first serve percentage. I will say, though, he wasn't able to tough out those holds in the first set. We saw him tough out that first hold, love 40 in the second. Here's another chance.
Okay. It's an interesting shot selection. So game point chance here. We're again a 5-1 Pondworth lead.
Pondworth gets the hold there. Those are the games that you need to have if you're Pondworth. These are the games that sets hinge on. Just talked about that first set and Rivera's ability to steal those long games. We've seen Pondworth handle 2 tricky serving situations here, and he's built this 5-1 lead.
Meanwhile, 5-1 for Snow Han as well. She has been dominant on the return of serve thus far. Madison Sieg winning just 5 points on her return of serve, or on her serve so far in this match. 12-30 here. We just saw her pressure Snow Han's last service game as well. Can she sustain that pressure? Begin to build off of it in her own service games. It's going to be a critical thing to follow in this match. Sloppy service game here from Snow Han. It's got 3 break point chances for the 19-year-old Sieg. for 1540 off the racket of Sieg. Meanwhile, Hudson Rivera, 3 game point chances to make it 2-5. All right, Nate Pondworth, why not? 5-1, 40 love, take a big swing. Now, as Madison Sieg is able to get the break, but of course, Snohan's still a game away from that opening set in another Pro Circuit final here in Southern California. Meanwhile, it's been all complicated service games for Hudson Rivera in this second set. But nothing complicated about that forehand. Crushed. Cross court, dare I say, Bradley Klahn-esque, as he puts a hold on the board. Still, Pondworth going to have 2 shots to serve for the set, up 5-2. And again, you see it on your screen. So many people to thank for these past 6 weeks of tennis. We've been privileged to offer to all of you Cracked Racquets fans that are tuning in. Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klahn here, enjoying our final week of action. A massive thank you to the groups you see on our screen. Again, whether it be the Southern California Tennis Association Foundation, Bruce Klieg and family, the Crables, the Bryan brothers, who may have accomplished a thing or two in professional tennis. More accomplished in professional tennis, BK, the Bryan brothers or Wilson?
I mean, Wilson's had quite the
pretty good 100-year run
in tennis.
Yeah, it's tough. That's who had a better 20-year run, the Bryan brothers or Wilson through the Federer era? That's probably the debate there.
You get Federer and you're sitting pretty.
Yeah, and Serena, by the way, not terrible to throw in there. She uses a Wilson as well.
Venus.
That's a good question. Can we make that a YouTube poll? Super producer Daniel Westhoff, or fire that as a Twitter poll. Better run these past 20 years, the Bryan brothers or Wilson? I think we can label that stupid thought number 4 of the day.
Do you narrow it to a 20-year run? Like their
Well,
you got to go the whole.
I'll say this. People don't talk enough about the 5-year run from Prince. It was really a 15-year run. Like, who had the better run? Prince the singer or Prince the racket company? Put that on a poll as well. In fact, I might have to tweet that out right now. Better prime, Prince the racket company or Prince the singer? You can tweet at us at AL Gruskin, at Bradley Klahn, at Cracked Racquets with your answer. Madison Sieg looking for, again, some sort of traction in her service game. Sieg's been broken twice so far. Just 7 of 17 on serve in this match. So it's set point chance now for Snohan. Yeah, Sieg going to give that ball a second look. That's right on our chair umpire's line.
Just tried to thread the needle a little too fine there with the line forehand.
And again, my first reaction to watching the game of Sieg, I do like how easy it is for her to generate this sort of firepower, how smooth those ground strokes do seem to be. But you misfire at all, Snohan makes you pay. Just can't give the 20-year-old anything for free. And right now, it is Snohan cruising towards another Pro Circuit final, 6-2. She takes the opening set over future teammate Madison Sieg. Meanwhile, here in our men's singles final. How about this? Men's singles semifinal, excuse me.
You didn't expect Pondworth to serve it out easy, did you?
No, it'd be too uncomplicated if he just put a quick set on the board. And so Rivera gets one of the two breaks back, but that's where, again, that insurance break for Pondworth to take that 3-love lead here in set number 2, proving critical. You can blink once when you've got that double break lead. You still have a second opportunity to try and serve out the set. And again, I don't know if anything's really changed for Hudson Rivera. I don't know that much has changed in this match. When Pondworth struck the ball well, he's built himself leads. I do think him playing on that front foot is probably the biggest weapon individually we may see in this match, but it's not the definitive weapon by any stretch of the imagination. I don't know, again, just not much separating these two, BK.
I generally feel in this match the aggressor has been the one winning the points. We've seen a couple really pivotal games that could have gone either way, long games. As you mentioned, we're almost an hour and 50 minutes into this match, and we've played 18, almost 19 games. So it's really been a couple of those key moments in the middle of the sets that have flipped the script and allowed the winner to build that lead in the set.
So 40 love here. Hudson Rivera again just looking to continue to extend set number 2. And he's able to do it. 4-5. Rivera gets the hold. We go back now. Again, Nate Pondworth will serve for this second set when we return. Meanwhile, let's go back to our women's singles semifinal. Was a 40-minute 6-2 first set for 20-year-old Snohan. You look for Han now, 14-4 on the pro circuit in this 2022 season. Of course, she has now played all 6 of these SoCal events. And the quarterfinals are further in 5 of them here in singles competition. Just her second semifinal, but it's her 18th match, BK, in 6 weeks.
Yeah, you love to see that consistency, that ability to get through those early rounds week in, week out. 5 quarterfinals in 6 tournaments is a really impressive effort. She wants to start moving her way up the rankings. It's imperative start getting through that next push, getting a semi, a final. That's why this match is so big for her. Her ability to move up the rankings. When you look at the points and the way the system is structured, playing finals, winning titles, that's where you really move the needle with the ranking.
Again, Nate Pondworth serving here. 5-4 as Sieg is able to get that opening break 4-1 love. See for Nate Pondworth now overall in the match. The numbers have been pretty kind. He's made 68% of his first serves. 34 of 50 on those first serve points, but 8 of 23 on the second serve. Again, match in a nutshell, perhaps in one stat.
You're seeing both guys really struggle behind their second serve, giving their opponents a solid target, being pretty predictable with the second serve placements, allowing the returner to get in control of the point, at least get to neutral, and then it turns into a baseline point from there. Excellent return, cutting off the angle from Rivera. Driving that backhand line, and again, we've got another complicated service game for Nathan Pondworth.
So again, things getting a little tricky for Nathan Pondworth. We'll try this again. 30 all coming up. Yeah, just like that. It is set point Nathan Pondworth. Let's see if we're headed to a decider. Not yet. says Hudson Rivera.
Again, Rivera doing a great job moving forward off the return. Immediately putting Pondworth on defense. Pondworth has to come up with the goods. A little bit less predictable with the serve. It's giving Rivera a good, clean target on that backhand side.
Now another set point chance. Just a rhythm play right there from Nate Pondworth. There we say his bread and butter. And it's Pondworth now, another set point chance. I ask again, are we going to a decider? Let's go to a third. Wait, no, did that drop good? No, Hudson Rivera, long talk with our chair umpire. Chair confirms ball called wide. And so it is. Nathan Pondworth returning the favor. Got complicated after he built that 4-love lead, but he hangs on for 6-4. And for the second straight week, it's going to be Nate Pondworth in a deciding set in our men's semifinal action. Meanwhile, 30-love Snow-Han here in her 1-all service game. Han has broken Sieg in 4 of 5 of the 19-year-old service games here to start. Snow-Han again, just so relentless from that baseline.
Great point construction from Sieg there. Moving on corner to corner and taking ground with each ball. You saw where she was able to hit that final forehand winner well inside the baseline.
Swinging volley is back. Big forehand swinger from Sieg. Gets us back to deuce. And I do notice, again, from a court positioning standpoint, it does feel like it's Sieg who's inside the baseline, BK, who's, I don't want to say the aggressor, and no disrespect to Han, who, again, look at the scoreboard, folks, but it feels like, all right, Sieg makes the ball, she wins the point. More often than not, she's missing that shot, and that's why we are where we are.
It can definitely be frustrating when you feel like the match and the ball is on your racket. The match is on your terms, and you're the aggressor, and it's so kind of tough to dial it back, and you feel like you want to keep going for more and more, but it's reminding yourself that you are in control of the point. You can keep trying to steal little steps, try and gain a tiny advantage in the point without having to go from 50 to 80% in control to 100 on one shot.
So Madison Sieg from a couple of game points down, able to earn a break herself, and we're on break here in set number 2, 2-1 lead for the 19-year-old as we look at the stats for this match thus far. Not the prettiest on serve for either player. Both winning over 50% of their return points. Han, 16 of 25 on return points so far in the match. Sieg, 24 of 47. Again, thin margins thus far. We've gotten to see about 45 minutes of this one. BK, you leaning in any direction thus far? I mean, certainly it does feel like, again, I'd give the movement advantage to Han. Seems to be able to construct more ways to win the point, but I mean, again, when I watch Sieg, I get some shades of Yae Yang, who obviously the 18-year-old we've seen tons of on our stream over these past 6 weeks. Just too power-centric, you know, want to be on top of baseline players.
Yeah, Han did a great job in the first set, taking control, moving the ball around, forcing the errors from Sieg. Now can Sieg get under control a little bit more, use that power, and start to put Han in more of a defensive position. And a couple errors from Sieg. Han's got a great look to get right back on serve here. It'd be so frustrating. You finally got your nose in front, got that first lead in this second set after a bit of a struggle in the first, and you're immediately under pressure. It becomes really important those first couple points to keep trying to build that lead and consolidate that confidence you gain from the early break.
Oh.
So despite gaining some momentum on the return of serve, the struggles do continue for Madison Sieg on her own service. She faces another 3 break-point chances here. And a credit to Snow Han. I mentioned that court positioning on exploding through all of these returns of serves, and to BK's points, pushing Sieg back off the baseline. Yeah, that missed just long, but look at the athleticism on the slide, Snow Han.
Excellent defense from both players on display in this point.
All right, Sieg finding some ways to attack now, BK.
Yeah, she's done a really nice job after getting that love 40 in this game. Fighting off 3 break points to get back to deuce. Fights off another there with a great forehand moving forward. A nice clean volley into the open court there. Using all the court. Dropping that short. Really effective volley with Han so far behind the baseline. Now has herself a game point to consolidate that break.
Can she do that here again? This is her 6th service game. The 6th service game of the match for 19-year-old Madison Sieg. She's been broken in 4 of her 5 to date. But the +1 error into the net. And so we head back to deuce. Meanwhile, 3rd set is underway in our men's singles semifinal. Hudson Rivera on the board with a 1-love hold. Of course, keeping our eye on all of the action. break point chance coming up for Snow Han. Han's 13th break point opportunity of the match. And again, oh, she missed that?
I think she got it. Barely.
Ball did just scrape off the line, so we remain on break. 2-all in set number 2. Snow Han 5 breaks in 6 service games to start this semifinal. Let's go split screen now. As again, we're in the opening stages of that 3rd set, men's singles semifinal number 1. Hudson Rivera took a 6-4 opener. Pondworth responded with a 6-4 second set in kind.
Remember, this is the first lead early on in the set for Rivera, getting broken. First game of both the first and second set. Does an excellent job getting that early hold to start the third after losing the second. Some early pressure on the Pondworth serve. We've seen the struggles he's had just holding serve. Was able to get over the line there, but had that 5-1 lead. Let it slip in the second. Rivera doing a nice job staying in the game with Pondworth. Oh, Snow Han showing off the drop shot lob combo. Excellent touch there on the dropper. Nice little finesse over the head of Sieg. Looking comfortable in this service game. Again, Pondworth struggles, but is ultimately able to survive and gets the hold.
Absolutely right, you are, BK. And you do see for Snow Han now up a hold. How valuable will that be for her in this second set? We'll keep our eye on that. Meanwhile, set number 3, 1-all. as we look at this third set, BK, to set the table for all of our fans joining us, Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klahn here, enjoying the final week of USTA SoCal Pro Circuit action. Ton of separation between these two so far. Backhand sails long. My question to you, BK, who do you give the edge as we approach set 3?
It's pretty even
Mm-hmm.
through two sets in 2 games of this third. I'll give 2 keys. I would say for Pondworth, he needs to find a way to get some easier holds. He's really having to struggle with each service game. And if he's not able to start conserving some energy, holding a little bit easier, he's just going to continue to build confidence for Hudson Rivera. It's going to wear on him later in this match. For Rivera.
Volley.
Yeah, for Rivera, I think he needs to keep looking to move forward. We've seen him have his best success when he's moving inside the court, putting Pondworth on the defensive, finishing points at net.
Nice body. Look at the forehand. Nice. Exactly.
Gutsy. 30-all. Early third set, your first pro singles semifinal. You flop the backhand volley. And you're certainly going to feel the nerves on those overhead, Bradley Klahn.
Arm shaking a little bit more, but does an excellent job fighting through that and knocking off the overhead.
Nice return there from Nate Pondworth for back to deuce.
The phrase back to deuce has been used quite often in this match.
By the way, speaking of back to a service break for Snohan, 6-2, 4-2 lead. Now she continues to just tee off on that return of serve, so we'll get back to that match momentarily. Remain complicated here. By the way, as we watch Nathan Pondworth compete here in our singles final, semifinal, worth noting, he's always going to be competing later today in our doubles final as well. Big week for Pondworth here in our final week of SoCal Pro action, as of course Pondworth, a 7th break point opportunity here. Stick his nose ahead.
Nice. Right there.
Oh, unlucky for Pondworth. You could see him slip in the back corner. hasn't had much trouble getting up to those drop shots. Played a great return, but just that little bit off balance with the feet. And Rivera staves off another one.
Little off balance might be kind. He was off balance. No doubt about that.
Nice. Right there.
All right. I see that overhead for 18-year-old Hudson Rivera, who, while experiencing his first singles pro semifinal, has had so much double success. Or excuse me. Thought it was Rivera who partnered with Ethan Quinn. Maybe I'm blanking here. So Hudson Rivera is able to get the hold very early, but a 2-1 lead now for the 18-year-old, excuse me, in set number 3. Meanwhile, Snohan 4-2 lead. A second hold here in set number 2 could be, again, the, dare I say, the definitive hold with how much success she's had on the return of serve. And for the 20-year-old Snohan, just a remarkable run here at the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. So I'm not sure what the call was there. The neck cord must have bounced back on Hod's side. So Sieg able to get one of the breaks back here, 4-3-4. But the question is, can she hold serve against the 20-year-old Snohan? 14-5 over our 6 weeks of SoCal. Excuse me, 14-4 over our 6 weeks of SoCal Pro Circuit play. Looking to reach another final here as we wrap up the action. Meanwhile, back to our men's singles semifinal. Nathan Pondworth had breakpoint chances there early, but Hudson Rivera able to get the hold. As we've mentioned, very little separating these two players thus far. Didn't love the call. Or excuse me, didn't hear the call. Vera the one questioning things. Pondworth offering confirmation that ball indeed he saw it wide, but what else is he going to say? 30-15 now after a couple of errors from Rivera. And again, you see on your screen 2 hours, 24 minutes into this men's singles semifinal. It's been a physical affair. And actually, if we can, super producer Daniel Westhoff, can we go split screen here? Snow Han, 6-2, 4-3, love 30 now. Another early lead for her. A 19-year-old and future teammate, Madison Sieg, service game. Again, both of our women's semifinal participants going to be playing at the University of Southern California next season. Some sort of job being done by current USC women's tennis head coach Allison Swain. Had 4 Trojans in the quarterfinals of our Lakewood action. Han, Sieg, of course, last year's world number one, college tennis number one, and last week's SoCal Pro Circuit champion, Erin Cayetano. Also had Selma Ewing participating in the quarterfinal round. Now we're a guaranteed USC Trojan finalist. And unless she can figure out something in her service games, does not look like it's going to be 19-year-old Madison Sieg as Snow Han just continues to assert herself. Breakpoint chances again. Making a 6-2, 5-3 lead. Meanwhile, Pondworth on the board with a hold 4-2 all. Alex Gruskin, Bradley Clonier steering the ship in our final SoCal Pro Circuit Saturday of the year. BK, you going to be in the you said you're headed to Florida, I believe, prior to our start. I was going to say, you're going to be in the Santa Monica area at all these next 2 weeks?
Not as it stands now anymore.
Devastating. In fairness, California is not big enough for the both of us as I head out that way. I was going to say, we'll turn on the cameras and we'll provide a little SoCal amateur circuit action next weekend for all of you if you're in town.
Change of plans, go find that heat and humidity in Florida. Get ready for the summer months.
I think I would have been as good of a practice partner, but that's fair. Again, brothers of lefties. I'm ready to do forehand, backhand, cross. Nice snag, Nathan Pondworth. I see those hands.
It's not bypass that 15-40 for Sieg. Digging out a couple of those volleys, that half volley scoop, and she's got herself right back in this game.
So dare I say, let's go full screen. Han Sieg, 19-year-old Madison Sieg, seemingly out of nowhere. Finding some rhythm on the serve. But after that forehand sails on her, it's now 16th breakpoint chance here for Snow Han, who again has broken in 6 of the previous 7 service games in this match. That backhand sails long. We're back to deuce.
little bit of nerves possibly kicking in here for Snow Han, who's had multiple opportunities to try and serve out this semifinal. Sieg's got her first game point in this service game.
The only time Madison Sieg's been able to hold serve in this match all the way back in set number 1. Fun fact, you ready for this fun fact, BK?
Hit me.
Madison Sieg held at love for 1-all in our opening set. Has not held since.
You
at
hold
love.
You hold at love, and you're thinking you're settling in for some service holds. Not thinking that's the last hold.
No, it's something.
Credit to Sieg, though, for sticking with it, being able to convert some of these breaks, giving herself a chance to find her rhythm, find another potential hold here.
More than anything, how about that movement? Finally getting in and out of those corners a little bit better. Forcing Han to generate some of her own pace now. Has led to a few more errors piling up.
And forcing the issue there. When you haven't held serve in a while, don't have that same confidence, that same calmness and fluidity, and you can see just going for a little bit too much there on that forehand, not quite in position.
So we're back to deuce. Couple of loose +1 forehand errors, and we've just seen too many of those here in today's semifinal. And so Snow Han now break point chance number 18 to put herself 1 game away from a second SoCal Pro Circuit final. Smart play from Snow Han. That's the side that the errors pile up on. Clearly that forehand a little bit more erratic. And now Han will serve for the match here. 6-2, 5-3. Again, 9 service games for Madison Sieg total in this match. Excuse me, good math, Alex. 8 service games total for her in this match. She's been broken in 7 of the 8. Has not held since holding at love in the opening set. A testament to the pressure Snow Han puts on you. If we can, super producer Daniel Westhoff, I know Snohan serving for the match. I'm going to ask you to go split screen here. Critical juncture in set number 3 in our men's singles semifinal. 2-3, 30 all. Nick Conless faced tough service games here in all 3 of his service games to start this set.
That's a backhand Hudson Rivera wants back. He was in position, in control over that backhand. We've seen him time and time again be so aggressive on that side, but just unable to stay in the point there.
Of course, we're split screen right now. We may be about to go back to our full screen look at the women's singles semifinals. And in fact, it's time to do just that. 20-year-old Snohan, rising redshirt sophomore, won her first pro circuit title back in our 2nd week of the SoCal Pro Circuit. Now into the 3rd pro final of her career. Snohan, again, one of those players of the SoCal Pro Circuit. Her 15th victory over the past 6 weeks of play. She advances to the finals. 6-2, 6-3 over future teammate and 19-year-old Madison Sieg. Good day to be a USC Trojan. And of course, with that said, 2 of our 3 women's matches on the day in the books. All of that action. We've played a women's doubles final. We've played a women's singles semifinal, all in the time span of this Nathan Pondworth Hudson Rivera matchup. And right now, Hudson Rivera, the 18-year-old rising senior of Rancho Santa Fe, serving on the near side of your screen. Alex Gruskin, joined by top 100 player, NCAA singles champion, and SoCal Pro Circuit committee member, Bradley Klon, here on our broadcast. BK, that's a massive moment for Snohan. 3rd pro final, 2nd for her of the Pro Circuit. Just has been so solid throughout the course of these 6 weeks.
Yeah, you can see what the confidence does, just winning matches week in, week out. We spoke about that consistency earlier with 5 quarterfinal or better out of these 6 weeks, and just rolling through the draw here in this 6th and final SoCal Pro Circuit event. Really nice job there in the 2nd set, weathering the storm. Sieg did a great job continuing to battle. We spoke about her serving issues, but Snohan finally able to settle down, calm some of those nerves in that 4-3 game, get the break, and close it out with conviction.
Of course, on the flip side, another pro semifinal for the 19-year-old Sieg, who's inside the top 750. As we approach the start of her college career, not a bad place to be for the USC Trojans. Again, you bring back Cayetano, Han, Sieg. Absolutely the foundation for some success in 2023. But for now, we lock in on our men's singles semifinals. 6th in the career of 24-year-old Nathan Pondworth. 1st in the career of Hudson Rivera. Three all, 30 all, as level as things can get. Team Hudson Rivera can hit overheads. That's what we've seen in this match. He's been really solid on that shot. I know that's a nuanced shot. And you're not going to hit it every point. But I think the overhead is the ultimate test of gumption.
Oh, yeah. You see, even the top pros can get a little squirrely up there. You got all that time to think about it. The ball goes up. Battle in the sun. Not something that you practice as often. And
Right here.
So Hudson Rivera 4-3 hold here in our third set. We should say shout out to the schedulers. And again, we've been nerding out here on our Cracked Racquets broadcast as we do. A rare decision from the SoCal Pro Circuit Lakewood Open tournament director to play the women's doubles first. That decision may be paying dividends as it's a case study in tournament court scheduling here today. But in the meantime, again, shout out to all the people behind the scenes that help make these events possible. You see the sponsors on your screen. Have to give a shout out to one of the men behind the scenes, Chris Boyer, who was kind enough to bring our Cracked Racquets team into play, was kind enough to partner us with you, BK, as well. And, you know, in this moment, if we can, talk to me about the commitment Chris Boyer has made to growing Southern California tennis.
yeah, it's a tremendous just accomplishment. The committee's done a great job of gathering so many resources. You see all the sponsors that they are getting other people to buy into his vision of bringing more pro circuit events to Southern California. Last week we talked about how many tournaments are missing in the States relative to Europe and the opportunities that players have over there. And that's what players need here to be able to get their game to the next level, gain that experience. We talk so much throughout these weeks about what matches can do for you at this level. Just playing week in, week out, seeing different opponents, gaining more opportunities, just getting the confidence to play at this level and springboard a professional career. So a testament to Chris Boyer and the committee and all the sponsors for being able to put together these 6 tournaments and hopefully many more in the future.
Well said. Well said indeed. Certainly you look at a guy like Nate Pondworth, who was 6-9 overall, coming into this sequence of events, now 11-5, looking for a second Pro Circuit final in 6 weeks. For 18-year-old Hudson Rivera in a first pro singles semifinal of his career. That's exactly what this USTA SoCal Pro Circuit was designed to help provide. Opportunities to build momentum, gain confidence. We've seen that over the course of our last 6 weeks. And it's going to require confidence down the home stretch of this match against such little separating our 2 men's singles semifinalists. Stats for you here quickly. Nate Pondworth now making 70% of his first serves, 65% of his first serve points. He's won 47% of the second serve. He's faced 13 break points, BK. Saved 10 of those 13, but credit to Hudson Rivera. Has found ways to be an aggressor in just about every one of Nate Pondworth's service games. Other than the start of the second set, nothing's been easy for the 24-year-old on serve.
No, and that's what you're looking for if you're Rivera, continuing to put that work in, to put pressure on Pondworth, almost investing in the later stages of the match, hoping that that pressure wears off. When you get to these kind of stages, 3-4, 4-5, 5-6 in the third set, now Pondworth has to start thinking about doing a little bit more, or he gives Rivera good looks.
Pondworth Didn't love the call on the first serve. Gave it a long look there. 3-4, 30 love now. Pondworth continued to turn to Rivera in all of these moments to ask your opponent to say, no, I was, line call was wrong, get the overrule. Pondworth furious because the chair overruled a far sideline call when there is a lines person right on that line.
And it didn't look like me either. That's why I'm saying that. It didn't look like at all. It didn't look like at all.
Pondworth repeating over and over, it didn't look wide at all.
So difficult to overrule that far sideline. Have to be so sure of the call, but for us from here, it's way too difficult to view that line.
Far side of the net, yeah. No definitive answer from me or BK here, but Pondworth living by our rule of thumb here at Cracked Racquets, ball don't lie. And so now 40 love for Pondworth, who, by the way, is very much gesturing to the chair umpire. Hey, ball, he said it out loud, didn't matter. Won that point twice in his mind, still game point chances here for 4-all.
Good hold from Pondworth there. Definitely have to be careful not to get into it too much with the chair umpire there. Keep us focused on the task at hand. It's crunch time now. So the nerves start to get involved at 4-all and sense the finish line. It's easy to, those little things start to irritate you a little bit more. That's where it becomes more imperative. Really buckle down and focus on these first couple points of the Rivera serve.
Now, come on.
A little bit of the arguing seems to have invigorated Pondworth. A little bit more pressure on Rivera. You saw 2 forced errors there. I think he was just going for a little bit too much, trying to force the issue. Again, you can really see Pondworth digging in, refusing to miss. Walking around with a little bit more oomph in his step. Just telling Rivera, if you're going to beat me, you got to take it from me here. Great reply from Rivera there with the serve +1.
Nate Pondworth, 1 game away from another SoCal Pro Circuit final. BK, he's turned up the gears here.
Yeah, you can sense once he got that hole, it almost seemed to fire him up a little bit, arguing with the chair umpire, not liking the call.
That happens, right, from time to time. Sometimes that's a good thing.
You can go both ways. It's you really have to know your own personality as well, and know what gets you going. That really seemed to energize Pondworth here, though, and you could see it early on in that game, just refusing to give in, forcing Rivera to go for a little bit more. You saw a couple early airs, and then giving him the double fault there. Pondworth's got a chance to serve it out now.
Now we see our second women's singles semifinal on the court. Quick hold for top seed Kim Da-bin, 25-year-old out of South Korea, taking on a fellow 25-year-old. Excuse me, early break. Thank you, BK, who's too kind to correct me publicly, but shot me a message to get me back on track. As we see Kim serving on the far side, 25-year-old today, taking on a fellow 25-year-old in Martina Akalova. Akalova, a 40-year letter winner over at Tulsa. Finished up her career in the 2020-2021 season. Is an NCAA doubles championship participant back in 2019, an ITA All-American, as a matter of fact, as she reached the quarterfinals of that tournament. Want to introduce these players to you, but just wanted to show you this match now officially underway, so we'll be able to keep rocking here following the third set of Pondworth and Rivera, but we get back there now as 24-year-old Nathan Pondworth serving for a chance to reach the 4th ITF final of his young pro career. Ooh, love this move from Hudson Rivera. Love the mind games. Just, again, throw something different at Pondworth, but you alluded to it, and I did want to ask you. Bickering with the ref. Sometimes a burden, but also sometimes a blessing, right? When you're just, because I feel like as a tennis player, and you can inform better than I can on this, sometimes you're looking for an excuse to be pissed off.
Everyone's got a trigger, right?
Yes.
You need something to maybe snap you out of a funk or get you locked in, and everybody looks for that outlet, whatever it is. Sometimes bickering with the ref can hurt you. For some people, maybe it helps lock them in. We saw it lock in Pondworth there in that last game.
But Huevos on the overhead. The Hudson Rivera story right now. Didn't hit it great, but did enough with it to set up the easy second put-away volley. So 15-all here. And again, why was Nathan Pondworth frustrated? If you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klon. Final week of SoCal Pro Circuit action. 3-4, 30 love. Pondworth thought he hit an unreturnable serve wide. Call was overruled on the far sideline by the chair umpire. 2 games later, Nate Pondworth serving for a 4th Pro Circuit final.
No commitment there from Rivera. We've seen that earlier in the match. Just the commitment he had on turns, knowing his play, going after. You can see a little bit of hesitation there and just catching it down closer to the throat of the racket.
Felt like as he was stepping in to hit that return, he was also falling back to recover to the baseline.
Yeah, it's especially in these pressure moments, fall back on
a little bit tense, not following all the way through, but that's where that commitment is so important, to finish the shot before you recover.
Now this time he plays behind the baseline on the return, and that sails on him. So 2 match points for 24-year-old Nathan Pondworth. Would be, again, his second final on this USTA SoCal Pro Circuit. Welcome back to the finals, Nate Pondworth. 4-6, 6-4, 6-4. He took the scenic route today, Bradley Klon, but ultimately, dare I say, veteran's guile from Nathan Pondworth to ultimately advance in a spirited match over a very, very tough competitor in 18-year-old Hudson Rivera.
Yeah, there really wasn't much separating either of these two from a victory today. You saw just a little bit of that experience. Rivera's first semifinal might have played an impact there. That 4-all game, you saw him let his foot off the gas a little bit. A few more errors. Just didn't have that same offensive mindedness with his feet. Pondworth really buckled down, though. Give him a lot of credit. He steadied the ship. And really, I mean, we mentioned, got a little upset there at 3-4 and let that fire him up.
And I'll just say it before Colette Lewis can, and this may be a tweet. Hudson Rivera, Wimbledon doubles champion Sebastian Gursny, Alex Mickelson, Ethan Quinn. I'm sure there are names I'm forgetting as well. Kyle Kang, who made a quarterfinal here this week. This year's Kalamazoo is going to be loaded, BK. It's going to be a really, really fun event.
That U.S. Open wild card definitely up in the air.
In fact, for all of you Cracked Racquets fans at home, I just sent a text to the GOAT, Colette Lewis, who of course covers the juniors more in depth than anyone in our sport. Is this going to be the deepest Kalamazoo field since Noah Rubin won the event back in, 2014? So we see here now as we pivot to our women's singles semifinal. Again, this is Martina Akalova. Gets that early break back. 25-year-old. Competing in her first Pro Circuit semifinal of her career.
That is the beauty of this pro circuit. You get a lot of firsts for these players, a lot of opportunities for up-and-comers trying to work their way up the ATP and WTA rankings.
On the far side is Kim Dabin. We've got the chance to see her compete a couple of times here on our SoCal Pro Circuit stream. Of course, most recently, we saw the 25-year-old compete last week in our doubles championship. Five-year-old partnered with Snow Han. They ultimately lost a third set final, but continuing the theme of our first women's singles semifinal, breaks aplenty here in our final week on the SoCal Pro Circuit. In fact, it's 3 straight breaks here to kick off semifinal number 2. It is 25-year-old Kim Dabin. Now a 2-1 lead here in our set. Meanwhile, if we can quickly pop over to our men's singles semifinal court. Warm-ups underway for that second matchup on the day. Boy, I'm just chock full of rhymes here in our final week. In prime form, Bradley Klahn, as we see our players walking out on court now. 18-year-old Ethan Quinn, one of the breakout stars, certainly, of this 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Quinn now into the top 700 of the ITF rankings. Wins impressively this week over Kyle Kang, Stefan Dostanic, Lee Kwan Yi. Taken on 22-year-old Jamie Floyd Angel. More of that match as it gets underway. Ooh, I thought that ball missed. It did not. Kim Dabin moving and grooving. Nice fluidity in the outer thirds of the court. As we look for the 25-year-old, she's looking to reach her first pro singles final since back in 2019. Semifinal in the career of the top seed. singles semifinal, I should say. Let's just notice there, as that ball was in the air, our top seed took a deep breath. Long sigh, long pause. Thought, okay, what am I going to do with this ball? You know what? Let's go inside out.
Barely snuck it in up the line there.
Yeah, too much time.
Maybe a little too big of a deep breath.
Yeah, there's collecting oneself, and then there's whatever that was. Ooh. Didn't love that call.
They both seem to try and influence the call there, unsure what was.
Well, that's the move. Close calls are as much a sale job as they are anything else.
That seemed to be a late call, if anything.
In the spirit of a ball don't lie sort of day, we'll have to say ball don't lie there. So 30-all. You can tell very early here, and we got the chance to see her play doubles last weekend, but for Kim Da-Bean, first semifinal here on the SoCal Pro Circuit in singles. You tell already she likes to hit that inside-out forehand even more than she likes that cross.
Just the way the shape of the shot is, really hitting the inside of the ball nicely there. Gives up a lot of court over there, but
I'll tell you what, no matter what, with Snow Han reaching our final already, if you're just joining us, the rising redshirt sophomore, a 6-2, 6-3 winner in our previous semifinal over Madison Sieg. It's going to be an athletic final.
Testy with that call.
It's 2 in this game again. Just saw it with Nathan Pondworth. Sometimes you're looking for that spark. So all of a sudden, game points become a deuce chance now. Again, unlike the doubles, our singles 2 out of 3 sets, full third, add scoring.
That is a big down the line forehand from Kim Da-Bean. Not able to really break it off the sideline as well with the cross, but does strike it very nicely up the line there.
All right, first hold on the board. 3-1 now for our top seed early here in our first set. Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klon, happy to be steering the ship here.
Kim Bean starting to find some nice form with the forehand flowing through that effortlessly. So just that easy power moving in and out of the court.
Kim Bean in control here early, just finding just about any shot she wants on the court. In particular, moving the ball so well with that forehand early. 4-3, excuse me, break point chances to make it 4-1. Yeah, that's nice. Slingshot of a forehand inside in. Kim Bean, 4-1 lead in our second women's singles semifinal. Meanwhile, action underway. Now in men's semifinal number 2. Ethan Quinn, the 18-year-old rising redshirt freshman at the University of Georgia, serving on the near side of your screen.
Big second serve there from Ethan Quinn. He's talking to his coach, Brad Stein, who's worked with since he was 6 years old. Stein, you might also heard the name from a few other guys on tour. He's currently coaching Tommy Paul, coached a Grand Slam champion by the name of Jim Courier. But he was telling me just Ethan's serve and forehand, really what we're looking for today. Those are his strengths. All about that serve +1 and +2 finishing points at the net. There you see that serve +1. Forehand does a really nice job opening up the court with the wide serve and confidently executing that inside forehand.
For 18-year-old Ethan Quinn, what a run it's been in SoCal. Won his first pro title a couple of weeks ago at the University of San Diego. Just some of the wins the redshirt freshman has compiled over these past few weeks as that return goes wide. Wins over NCAA singles finalist August Holmgren. Win over All-American Stefan Dostanik this week. Even beating fellow top juniors like Colin Kang, Colin Marks. Pretty clear this 18-year-old's got plenty of talent to work with.
Quinn doing a nice job of trying to navigate out of some early trouble here on serve. Still not out of danger yet.
Of course, yes, Ethan Quinn won that first pro title in San Diego, but still just, I believe, the 4th semifinal in his young pro career, or excuse me, young pro experiences. But man, you see him turn into that forehand, BK, and having had the chance to watch Ethan play a bit over these past few weeks, the weapons are there. No doubt about that.
A little Curios-esque. Fake the dropper, slide the sliced forehand deep.
A little less effective when you're not on those grass courts, right?
True.
Little tougher.
Almost got him. Almost caught Floyd and Dell. But
no doubt about that. Back to deuce again. Oh, man. First of all, are you kidding me? That kick serve as a second serve. First time for me watching our third seed again, the 22-year-old from France. So we'll learn more about him as we get into today's match. But again, poor execution on that approach. When I watch Ethan Quinn strike the ball, hit the racket, just one of those shoulders where you can just see how easy it is for him to generate kick on the serve or pace on that +1 forehand. Nevertheless, it's an early break for Ethan Quinn. How about that from Martina Akalova? Inside out magic. 4:30:15. If we can, let's go split screen as we watch the early stages here of our 2 semifinal matches. So Akalova, again, struggling to find ways to just make life difficult for Kim Dabin. Kim seemingly finding that forehand with ease almost whenever she wants it through the first 30 minutes.
you can see how effective Kim Dabin is at that down the line forehand and really peppering that backhand corner.
She's just so springy. Feet are always jumping. Feel that energy through the screen.
I really like her live arm on the forehand Mentioned the spring with the feet, but that ball is exploding off her racket on the forehand side. And Akalova having a hard time on her own service games. Kim did a great job staying in that game, battling back from that 40-15 lead, and behind a few massive forehands, gets another double break lead.
So we'll keep an eye on that semifinal 5-2 lead for the top seed. Meanwhile, boy, on the far side of the net, he didn't look this big. Getting our first look at the service game of the 22-year-old Jamie Floyd Angel. Floyd into the semifinals here, his first of the SoCal Pro Circuit. Third semifinal for him here in this 2022 season.
That's a way to consolidate an opening break.
Not too shabby, huh? Of an opening service game for the 22-year-old. 2-love lead now for the number 3 seed. This is a reference for maybe 6 people. From behind, is that a young Alex Sarkeesian on court? It's the only other man bun I've seen.
It's a good observation.
Thank you. That's, you know, I like to say, if not one of the best tennis minds, I'm one of the observers of our generation. Those who can't do observe. And that's what I do best. I mean, go big or go home. That's my first read on this third seed. What say you, BK?
That's very clean hitting off that forehand side. Compact swing. See a really short loop over there and extends nicely through the ball. Curious to see how Ethan Quinn counters.
I just looked this up. How tall do you think our third seed is here on court?
6'5".
6'9".
That's
Does he look 6'9"?
I guess it is hard to say from here.
Tough to see, but certainly the weapons are there, so maybe this power shouldn't be that surprising. But man, with the direction modern tennis is going, size being the name of the game, sometimes it takes a taller player a little bit longer.
Important for Quinn to really stay offensive minded. Often when you play some of those bigger hitters, maybe a little bit more, dare I say, reckless or just more offensive, it's easy to kind of pull back and wait for them to miss almost. But that's the opposite of what's needed here. Really need to try and expose the movement of Floyd Angel for Quinn to really try and find that first strike tennis, even more so than he's accustomed to.
That's just big hitting. And to your point, so compact off both wings. So now it's a second break point chance for a double break. Boy, Down 3-love. Double break. Again, an opponent with the size. Floyd Angel, just a tough challenge for any player, let alone, again, 18-year-old Ethan Quinn. If we can, though, let's go split screen quickly. Akalova, breakpoint chances to extend. First set, it's 5-2, 30-40 is what you're seeing on your screen. Oh boy. 3-love lead now. Double break. It's seated Ethan Quinn in trouble.
Those break points, especially already down a break, just even carry so much more weight against an opponent like Floyd Angel. It almost feels like a, dare I jinx a bit of set point. You play some of those big servers like an Isner or an Opelka, and you have that in the back of your mind. You know, if I get down an extra break, this set with the way they're serving is as good as over. But important for Quinn here to really stay in it. Just try and not get too far ahead of himself. Try and think one break here. Let's just try and find a little bit of rhythm. Try and start picking up the serve. It's a long match, right? 2 out of 3 sets, plenty of time.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, again, chance here for Akalova. So 5-3, Akalova able to get that break back. Struggled on serve, though, which has been one of our other themes here on semifinal Saturday. Meanwhile, okay. Now that I know his size, I'm going to really lock in on this serve to just see what is the upside, pun intended, here for our number 3 seed. It's a nice ace out wide to get things started for 15-love.
See the frustration setting in early for Ethan Quinn, just a little bit uncertain on what to do with the big serve against an opponent who's that tall. It's, that serve is coming in at a different angle. It's hard to get a read. Do you step in? Do you try and take it before the bounce gets too high? Give yourself a little space. Let's look for those little adjustments that Quinn makes on the return game here.
You step in? Do you step back? What? Do you try both?
Generally on a bigger serve, I'm stepping in.
Make the case.
Experience playing Isner a few times. I'm stepping in, trying to take that, use the pace before it gets above my shoulders and not give him too much angle to work with. There is an element of guessing. You do have to pick a spot at some point. With the way they serve, if you just sit and try and react, unless you're Novak Djokovic, you have to be looking at very minute details, trying to pick up any hint on which way the serve's going, and then just pick your best guess, make an educated guess, cover that, and if he beats you with the other serve, too good.
As we see 4-love hold in our men's singles semifinal. Let's go full court to Kim Da-Bi. And I would also like to say it is always good for an analogy when your frame of reference is, well, when I was playing John Isner as a big server, yeah, you know what? I think that adds to your street cred, BK. If you face that serve, you probably had to come up with a strategy or two. That's what we call in our business a humble brag.
Didn't result in a whole lot of breaks, I can tell you.
One set point fought off by Akalova. Still, again, Kim Da-Bin using that forehand to set the terms of engagement on a point-by-point basis. Yeah. Just a hair wide, excuse me, long. And so that's a 6-3 first set for our top seed. She is now one set away from, again, her first pro singles final since 2019. Meanwhile, here we are back. Men's singles semifinal number 2, a date with 24-year-old Nathan Pondworth, awaiting the winner of either Ethan Quinn or Jamie Floyd Angel. The 6'9", 22-year-old Frenchman off to the strong start here for love 15-30, and it's just been tough for Ethan Quinn to generate much of any sort of offense. Just not in rhythm right now whatsoever. He'll take the freebie. Again, you look now for Ethan Quinn. Another double fault, his third of the match. 1 of 11 on second serve points so far. Chance to fall down 5-love here early. That's what we need. More of that, I say we, if you are an Ethan Quinn fan. We here being if we want to see an elongated match. More of that +1 rhythm. Just have not had much of that from Quinn. Again, it's a credit to the number 3 seed who has just done everything he can to disrupt the rhythm of Quinn. Oh. Okay, now we're talking. And you see how compact, to use that Bradley Klahn word, everything here is for Floyd Angel. But I said it before, I'll say it again. My favorite comparison for Ethan Quinn is Jack Sock. The touch, pace he can generate. Struggling on the first serve, though, right now. $100-mile-per-hour forehand at the feet, folks. Not much one can do.
Another break for Floyd Angel. And if there's any solace for Ethan Quinn, give up all these breaks of serve, but it's still only one set.
Just struggling to generate much of anything easily. And again, when you've got 100-mile-per-hour returns just blistered at your feet, not much you can do. And so 5-love lead in set number one. Meanwhile, Kim Da-Bean starting out the second set with something we haven't seen a lot of in our women's semifinals today. That's a hold of serve. Again, it's a credit to these players as returners. It also speaks to the fact that, again, at the ITF level, what's the biggest difference between here and the highest levels of the WTA Pro Circuit? It's that ability to generate easy opportunities, +1 chances. Certainly everyone's got the forehand, the backhand. It's cleaning up the little details, separate the best from everyone else. And right now, tough stat to say out loud, but Akalova, 11 of 34 on service points in the match so far. That's tough.
Those numbers aren't going to get it done. Quite frankly, that's good returning numbers, not the serving numbers you're looking for. Credit to her for still sticking, staying tough, finding a few breaks, getting opportunities to play some points, getting her teeth into the match a little bit. But this first service game of the second, really key for her to try and quiet some of the momentum from Kim Da-Bean.
To your point, 11 of 36 on serve, and it's not 6-love, 5-love with the match being over. She has found ways to stay competitive. As we see 30-love become 30-all, we'll watch this point, but I'm curious, what can she do to keep that ball away from the forehand, she being Akalova, keep it away from the forehand of Kim Da-Bean?
I think it starts with the serve, right? Getting a high quality first serve in, looking to be aggressive and offensive with her first forehand.
As we see set point coming up here, appreciate the quick switch from super producer Daniel Westoff, who has us covered. $29 minutes. 29 minutes. It's also, what, 2 p.m. now? 1:58 Pacific time? I'll tell you what, there's definitely a crowd of, dare I say, hungover 23-year-olds who probably are enjoying a morning bagel right now. 1:58, not too late to serve that up as a dish. That's exactly what we get from our number 3 seed. Little 6-love Asiago with plain cream cheese for Ethan Quinn in men's singles semifinal number 2. Meanwhile, back in Akalova, Kim, deuce point here. Now we're talking.
That's just too good from Kim Da-Bean. That is a very well-structured point from Akalova. You could see what she was trying to do. Get the ball high to the backhand. Open up the court. Push Kim Da-Bean
off the court, and then when she has the open lane, driving that forehand down the line. But Kim just so effective defending out of that backhand corner.
Oh, but sprays on that forehand wide. Another one of those, maybe a little bit too much time on her hands. Oh, the 25-year-old top seed. Dare I say, BK, where's the short angle? I just feel like Kim's ceding so much ground on that baseline.
I'm going to go back to that last forehand on the break point. That's a really difficult shot to hit. She's trying to hit that forehand above her shoulders. It's almost better to take that as an overhead, or you have to let that come all the way down and play it beneath the shoulders.
Get to say these words for the first time. Akalova holds. 4-1-all, finding ways to stay alive in semifinal number 2. Of course, when that match is back, super producer Daniel Westoff, early stages of these second sets. Let's go split screen. See if Ethan Quinn can't get himself on the board early. You feel like that's first service game for Quinn. Dare I say, maybe the match.
It's really tough to win a set 6-0 and then come back and repeat that same performance. And if you're Ethan Quinn, you're even more motivated now. Having dropped that opener 6-love, nobody wants to get double bageled. And the longer you go without a game, the more that thought starts to creep into your head. So really important hold here to state the obvious with Ethan Quinn.
Fun fact, Bradley Klon's won 11 6-love sets on the pro circuit. 5 of those 11 matches, that 6-love set happened in a 3-set battle.
How many of those in the third set?
Or 6-love in the third?
Yeah.
Austin Krajicek, Binghamton, 2013. That's the only one. Couple 7-6s in the third. Kobelt, Michael Yanni.
Oh, yeah. After losing the first set.
Yes, indeed. Play a little history lesson here for all of you. Meanwhile, 30 love here for Ethan Quinn. 15 for Akalova. If she can open up a 2-1 lead, one wonders what that might do for her confidence here early in set 2. But man, Floyd Angel just relentless. 15. Now in the Quinn service game, 15 all for Kim Dabin. I was really looking to see if you had ever won an 0-0 match on the Pro Tour. Not the case. I'm sure there was an 0-0 match in college.
Yeah. Hard to, I don't remember that. I know I've never lost 0-0 in my career.
Very true. I looked that up as well.
Juniors or pros. And
That's always something to avoid.
nobody wants that on their resume.
Absolutely not. only 9 6-love. So you've won 11, you've lost 9 6-love sets in your career, for what it's worth.
One of those was to Michael Russell in Savannah.
0-2, April 2013. Good memory, Bradley Klein. I love it.
I remember because that might have been the worst beat down I have ever received.
Nice confident +1 there from Ethan Quinn. Meanwhile, how about this? 30-40 Akalova. One break point fought off, but another chance here to take her first lead on the scoreboard.
Another confident +1 on court 8. Smart serve, getting that outstretched return. It's not about pace on the serve as much as you can place that good spin to stretch your opponent out wide, get it out of their strike zone. So it coughs up the short reply.
There's no denying that Kim ball's the most forehand's the most dynamic ball in the point, in the rally, in the match. But boy, is that women's singles semifinal been physical. And again, awaiting the winner of that will be 20-year-old Snow Han, the rising redshirt sophomore. Plays a physical brand of tennis herself. Gonna be a fun final tomorrow for all of you joining us on our Crack Racket stream. Meanwhile, Ethan Quinn at a game point, went long on a backhand down the line. 1 second serve return later, he now faces a break point chance, and I don't want to say it's a match point, but that's tough.
Oh.
Oh.
Boy, down Hell knows.
That was the ball. No.
Missed it.
Just wide, yeah. He had it, but that was his one.
Look.
A great look at it inside the baseline with both feet set over the ball.
And let's go full screen there.
You want back.
I'm all in. Whatever the stock price is, I'll buy all of it. And let's go enjoy a nice little vacation home on Floyd Angell Island. I'm going to start building the property myself. He's 6'9". There's plenty of room to build on.
Quinn really hasn't had any answer for the Floyd Angell power. He's not able to stretch as much as he'd like. He's not able to get that offensive play that he's used to. It's so hard when you're on the defense and you start lifting up, trying to control the ball, letting the ball play you as opposed to really attacking it and having confidence, trusting that forehand. It's so deadly for Quinn.
Oh, come on.
It's all working.
I mean, again, initial asking price $1.50. I'll sell you all my shares for $3 right now. Turn a quick, tidy profit. 6'9", hitting the on the slide cross court pass. It is all working for the 22-year-old right now. Indeed, another break point chance here. It's set number 2.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Let's go.
And you hear the groan of frustration from 18-year-old Ethan Quinn. 6 love, 1 love. I ask you, BK, as we see a quick changeover here in our opening game, what's going through the head of 18-year-old Ethan Quinn right now?
Oh, there's just so many thoughts going through the head. It's hard to settle yourself down, gather the emotions. It's a little bit of panic almost, right? You're taken out of your game style. You're used to the serve +1, used to getting in return games, having some looks. Now all of a sudden you have 0 looks. There's no rhythm. You're having to generate the rhythm on your own service game, and that's a lot tougher. It's easier to generate the rhythm on the return because there's less pressure. You're not worried about holding. Really, the return games are investments. You're trying to free yourself up. When you're struggling to hold serve, there's that much more pressure. You're a little bit unsure of your decision making, and you don't get that opportunity on the return game to really lock that in.
So, by the way, talking obviously about the lopsided scoreboard in our men's singles semifinal, should have mentioned how critical that hold was for Kim Da-Bean to be down the early break point chances there, keep her nose out ahead. But credit to Akalova, who's responding. Misses that forehand inside out in the net. I do like, though, the discipline with which she's attacking the ad side. And I actually, obviously, if you're going to do that repeatedly, it becomes predictable. But she's executing well enough that it's okay that it's predictable. Said the short angle was back. Kim Da-Bean proving as much as she earns herself a break point chance. That one's on me. Little commentator jinx there. Oh no, that ball missed. Okay, never mind. I stand by my take. Point chance here.
Quickly, Ethan Quinn, a subtle love 30 lead. His first real look. Floyd Angel serve. Get right back on serve here in the second set. Three break points for Ethan Quinn, who's made a nice little adjustment, staying up on the baseline, just looking to block that return. Take it early. Can rush the opponent with that, especially with a big serve. Rush the opponent with that chip return.
Come on! It's cool.
1-1. All righty. In love now. He perhaps finally seems to have some momentum on his side. Meanwhile, Kim Da-Bean continuing to find that forehand comfortably for 30 love. Alex Gruskin, Bradley Kwan here. Split screen action for all of you in our final week of the SoCal Pro Circuit.
Not forget how difficult it is to sustain the level that we saw from Floyd Angel, who is pretty much flawless through those first 7 games. You get in the zone, all it takes is one little thought. Once you start thinking that you're in the zone, knock yourself out of it. And Ethan Quinn, 8 straight points after getting broken.
I guess the thought that comes to my mind is, why not? We've seen all sorts of twists and turns. This twist in the favor of the 18-year-old American, Ethan Quinn, now 2-1 lead, his first lead on the scoreboard. Meanwhile, service game's gotten tricky. Was 30 love, still 40-30. So again, 3-2 here. Kim Da-Bean with the hold. We'll go back to our men's singles semifinal now. 18-year-old Ethan Quinn finally starting to build some momentum. He's got a tall task in front of him today. Overcome this deficit. Knock out 22-year-old Floyd Angel. Shank forehand goes long. My pro comparison for Ethan Quinn, BK, and I think I've mentioned this to you before, but I see shades of Jack Sock. I do. Doesn't quite have his derriere, but the power, the drop shot, the ability to generate such easy kick on the serve. Shades of it. Shades of it.
He's got the serve +1. We're still waiting to see it on full display here, but you are starting to see him turn the match here a little bit. Hearing some of the fire, you can tell he's competitive. You know, that first set might not have looked it on the scoreboard, but you could see the wheels turning in his brain, trying to find ways to turn this around.
Slice serve wide. Did he miss it? I thought that looked pretty good to me. No, he didn't. Okay. So 30-15. An interesting gesture after what I thought was a pretty good second serve. And you mentioned it now, the energy level for Ethan Quinn has picked up. You hear the commands now. Just the little things after every point.
Yeah, look, Floyd Angel is having to play a lot more points on his serve to start this second set. See Quinn right up on the baseline, no backswing, just chipping that return. Again, it's a lot easier on the backhand side to keep it short and just two-hand the return. On that forehand side, a little bit more difficult to get a full swing, especially on a serve like Floyd Angel's. You can see Quinn going to the chip on the forehand side. But on that backhand side, still trying to sting it.
Let's go!
There's a little response there.
What a stretch.
And the first break point of the match has been, first break point of the match. What am I saying? A big break point of the match has been fought off after being broken in this his opening service game here in set number 2. Guess more than anything else, what I should say is first break point of the match fought off. Doing a little touch now. Okay. Adjustment to the adjustment. Quinn's going to hit the bump return back. Little serve and volley play. There's a nice response.
Going off the full arsenal here, not just the power, but the nice soft hands up there at the net.
So 2-all now here. Two-all here. If we can, let's quickly go back to our women's semifinal. Super producer Daniel Westoff. 3-all for Kim Da-Bean. But Akalova significantly raising her performance on serve. Really enjoyed the way Akalova's responded here in set 2. Hasn't been flustered by the variety, or I should say the relentlessness of Kim. She continues to kind of do her thing out there.
When you have an opponent like Kim whose ability to play aggressive and use that forehand to all different parts of the court moving forward, it's so dangerous. You have to find a way to get on that first strike yourself, and Akalova's doing that much better in the second set. Akalova with the look here to go up a break late in this second set.
It's a nice response.
Kim didn't do a whole lot with that serve. Akalova had a look on that return, but because it was a first serve, not expecting just to roll it in and wasn't able to do enough with that return.
Battle on our hands, folks. Both of these matches heating up now. We see again Kim Da-Bean facing some pressure in her service game. Meanwhile, Ethan Quinn did hold 4-3 too, so we're still on serve there in our men's singles semifinal. Of course, we'll have Championship Sunday coverage for all of you tomorrow. Action usually starts around 1 or 2 p.m. Eastern time. We'll have a more definitive answer for you later tonight. No. Turn goes long, so Akalova pushes, but Kim Da-Bean holds on. 4-3, the top seed still leading. Here in set number 2, we go back now to our men's singles semifinal, 30-15 here. He missed that? I think it just sailed on him. Yep. Body language gonna confirm that call to us. So 40-15. Credit to the third-seeded Frenchman, making 78% of his first serves right now. (17 of 25 on first serve points, including 5 aces. That's another hold for the third seed, 3-all here in set number 2. When the match comes back, again, I'm going to ask you, super producer Daniel Westoff, take us to split screen. Just both of these matches in critical stages. Don't want to miss out on any of the SoCal Pro Circuit action. It's part of the pleasure of this Cracked Racquets broadcast. Opportunity to provide things like this cross-court coverage, as we like to call it, here at CR. That's a strong return of serve to start for Love 15. Floyd Angel.
Couple of great returns on both courts. Deep in the court.
You can just see again the confidence on the second serve returns. Ethan Quinn, 3 of 17 on second serve points in his match so far. As my people like to say, that's niche, not very good.
Well, that might be point number 4 for Ethan Quinn on the second serve, thanks to an erratic forehand from Floyd. Angelo's in control. That's a ball you want to take care of. 3-all love back on Ethan Quinn. Feel like you let him off the hook there a little bit.
So again, as we watch our action unfold here, apologies. Been a long day for these track tennis cameras. Shout out to our friends at Track Tennis for their support of this USTA SoCal Pro Circuit. It allows us to bring coverage of all of this action to you.
Come on!
Ethan Quinn, Martina Akalova, looking to work their way back into second sets right now. Heard a little ale, vamos out of Jamie Floyd and Gel as he forces a deuce. Go to deuce on both of our courts now.
Both courts had seemingly comfortable holds. Up 40-15 for both players serving who lost the first set, and just like that, the momentum can shift quickly. So important to really put those games away when you've got the lead.
And that's actually my favorite aspect of college tennis. I think the no-ad scoring teaches you the importance and taking advantage of the opportunity when you've got it. Akalova taking advantage of her chance there, does ultimately hold 4-4 all. And Ethan Quinn gets on the board as well with the hold 4-4-3. So a little drama, just making sure we're awake here in the broadcast booth as we go full screen to our women's singles semifinal. Again, to reset, Alex Gruskin joined by top 100 player, NCAA singles champion Bradley Klon. So far today, it's been a lot of success for the college tennis players, with college tennis ties. Snow Hahn, the rising redshirt sophomore for USC, reaching her second SoCal Pro Circuit singles final. Straight set win for her over future teammate Madison Sieg. Also had two former singles NCAA champions, McKenna Jones, who won the doubles title in 2021, Brianne Miner, 2017 singles champion. They partnered up to win the SoCal Pro Circuit women's doubles title this week. Second title for Jones in 6 weeks. First Pro Circuit title in the career of Brianne Miner.
Oh, Akalova had done a great job in that point. And see, she's starting to get more and more comfortable handling the pace and the offensiveness of that Kim forehand. Not just forehand angle with a spectacular angle of her own, but just a little bit careless or nervy on that slice backhand, a little indecisive in the big moment. Kim being let off the hook, at least for that point.
That's one of those moments you'll remember should the top seed get off this court in straight sets, right? That little opportunity there. Those micro moments make all the difference in tennis. But you know what? Not the worst way to respond. Oh, no, missed wide. Heard the call a little late, just missed wide. But I like the attempt.
She had the look.
Yeah.
Kim Dabin's serve coming in a little bit tense there. You can see the MPH is slowing down on the serve a bit. She's had her opportunities. You can't say she's not getting her looks to be more offensive. Just didn't execute there in that game.
And so it is top seed Kim Dabin one game away from another ITF Pro Singles final. Meanwhile, 18-year-old Ethan Quinn just trying to stay alive as he faces down the gauntlet of the big serving Jamie Floyd Engel, the number 3 seed here. It's been very impressive throughout the course of the week. Straight set wins over Keenan Mayo, Bryce Nakashima, 3-set win yesterday over teenager Daniel Vallejo. This is that forehand swinger into the net, 430 all. So, all right, this is one of those mini moments. See what Ethan Quinn can come up with. If we can, super producer Daniel Westhoff, I know we've got a break point chance here. But the big serve wide fought off. Can we go split screen? Don't want to miss again. What could be final game of the match, though. A nice first point from Akalova. Good +1. Set up her opportunity for 15 love here. After a fairly broken first set on serve, Akalova has cleaned things up here in set number 2.
And let's Floyd Angel off the hook with that forehand. He was in position, had the ball he wanted. Able to get on the offense there. See how quickly he got around that backhand to line up the forehand. But those are the ones
really want back, especially opportunities few and far between against the big server.
And there it is, hold 4-4 also. Let's go full screen on our women's singles semifinal. Long, physical point. Pulling the way. Dabin Kim. Worth noting, this is the 6th match of the week for Akalova. And you just wonder again how much gas is left in the tank. Kim Dabin working her corner to corner throughout the course of this match. 2 match points for the 25-year-old. Welcome back to an ITF final. Kim Dabin reaches number 8 of her career with a 6-3, 6-4 straight set victory over Martina Akalova. First career semifinal for the former standout out of Tulsa. But, man, from the start, BK, Kim Dabin's ability to find forehands. I mean, this match did feel like it was played at her speed.
It was on her racket for the majority of the match. You can see just how far she was willing to go around her backhand to find the forehand, and we saw why, just how dominant she was off that wing to both corners of the court. Credit Akalova for staying tough, started finding her serve there a little bit, was able to get into the service games, kind of test Kim Dabin a bit, but ultimately it was that Kim Dabin forehand that was too strong in that match.
And it's probably the most potent weapon remaining in our women's singles draw. Certainly Snohan, her athleticism she brings to the court. Going to be fun to see how that matches up with Dabin Kim, but boy, is that a fun singles final for us to enjoy tomorrow. Meanwhile, now we get to enjoy the comfort of just 1 match remaining here in singles on the day. And just 2 matches left overall. We'll keep an eye out if they start our men's doubles final on our other court. But for now, 18-year-old Ethan Quinn found himself 6 love, 1 love, a set and a break down. He steadied the ship. Now it's 5-4 here on serve in our second set. Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klon, reach out to us on Twitter at AL Gruskin, which I think is fairly easy to remember, but here's an easy one for you, at Bradley Klon. Shout out to the communications team that helped BK come up with that handle. Of course, you've also got at Cracked Racquets. Those of you tuning in that want to reach us, at USTA SoCal as well. BK, as we look at this semifinal, Ethan Quinn has had few break point chances in this match. Played a really good second game of this second set. Was able to convert his 1 break point, 1 of 3 on the day. Third-seeded Frenchman, making 78% of his first serves. What do you want to see from the 18-year-old here as he looks to earn a break and close out this second set?
I like the way he's made adjustments in the second set after getting blitzed in the first set, truthfully. That first set, Floyd Angel was flawless, playing attacking, aggressive tennis, and just really pinned Ethan Quinn on his heels. But he's done a nice job adjusting to the return, putting a lot more returns in play and forcing Floyd Angel to come up with more from the back. Nothing you can do with that placement, though. With the power of Floyd Angel and the ability to hit that intersection of the tee, it's tough to get back. Great feel on the lob. That is tough to get over your 6'9" opponent, but he does an excellent job with that top left hand. Bringing that ball down with a little extra topspin.
Yes, come on.
Good look there. You can see 15-30. Nice little changeup with the kick serve, short in the box. I like that play on a first serve, especially for the big server. Just giving those returners different looks, different paces, so they can't get comfortable.
Relentlessness continuing as the 22-year-old Frenchman just unleashing big serve after big serve, and as one would expect, a 6'9" player continues to move forward behind those first strikes. Now sets up a game point chance here for 5-all. All right. Again, Quinn continuing to push. Just like that, he's got himself a break point, set point chance here. Let's see where he goes with his return positioning. He's changed that up a bunch here in this second set. Let's go the distance. Ethan Quinn with the on-the-run slice. Bye-bye to that tennis ball. Sent that one all the way to San Diego as Ethan Quinn from a set and 1 love down 6-4. He takes the second set. See if either of our players leave the court. That may dictate what our next decision here is. BK, your reaction to that response from Ethan Quinn?
Incredible stuff from Ethan Quinn to stay composed. You can see him a little bit frazzled. The body language wasn't great in the first set, but what a reply after getting down that early break in the second. Immediately breaks back, wins 8 straight points, Get back on serve, and you can just kind of feel he was starting to sink his teeth in. The energy level started picking up, and again, just kind of gave Floyd Angel a little bit of room to beat himself there. Made him play with that one extra ball, and we're going the distance.
That's half the fun of this SoCal Pro Circuit. With that in mind, we see Jamie Floyd Angel stepping off the court for a moment. We're going to step away for a moment as well. Quick break as we try to see the double schedule prepare for set number 3. But stick with us, folks, as the action heats up. 2 3-set battles defining the day on the men's singles side. For now, Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klahn, you're watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Alex Gruskin back here with Bradley Klon as we prepare for this deciding set. You saw game number 1 on your screen. Ethan Quinn from 6-love, 1-love, a breakdown in that second set. Well, he's captured the momentum, problem solving his way to a 6-4 second set. And as BK alluded to, it's been different tactics, taking the return on the rise as a chip return, sometimes ceding some ground, just making sure he gets a clean look at the second serve. Not doing too much with the return, but doing enough. That's a nice response on the second serve, but more than anything, BK, the thing you have to like about this performance from Ethan Quinn, probably just the fact that he stuck around. Again, 18 years old, you lose a 6-love set. It's been a really good and long SoCal Pro Circuit for him, a singles title mixed in with a bunch of doubles runs as well. And yet, here we are, set number 3, hour and a half into this match, and it's Ethan Quinn with the momentum.
Yeah, this is really what you're looking for as you develop, you kind of transition. I guess he's going to college, so hard to say transitioning to the pros, but just developing those good habits, continuing to fight, continuing to problem solve, and never out of the match until you shake hands with the opponent. And Ethan Quinn is really showing that. Mentioned talking to his coach, Brad Stein, this morning. He told me Ethan's always been very dedicated and willing to make the sacrifices needed. Used to get up at 5 a.m. to go to the gym before school in Fresno, and those are the kind of habits you love to see. That instills that confidence. You've put in the work.
It's a nice response there from Floyd and Angel. And look, I was as loud of a critic of Manny Diaz, Jamie Hunt, the Georgia coaching staff, and their decision to redshirt Ethan Quinn this year. Just why keep a guy who clearly possessed the skills to help their team right away on the bench? But look, they had a plan. Plan put in place. There was a trust between Ethan, his family, and the coaching staff. It's not a one-year plan. It's about what do the next 5, 10, 15 years look like for the 18-year-old, and credit to them paying dividends here on the USTA SoCal Pro Circuit. That's a nice response just to calm things down here. We're back on serve, 1-all. Worth noting, one of our doubles teams already out on court warming up, so it looks like we're going to get that men's doubles final underway here in the next 10, 15 minutes. We'll keep our eye on that matchup as soon as it begins. Okay, he's back. Floyd Angel, more on the run magic there for Love 15. And BK, we talked earlier on this broadcast about why you're an advocate for college tennis. You spent 4 years at Stanford, which to all of our parents listening on the stream. They're like, oh, I knew we liked that BK. 4 years at Stanford. Could be worse, but my question for you, as we see Quinn here approach the line on this love 15 point, is why 4 years? When do you know you're ready to go?
I think that's a judgment call based on where you're at with your game mentally, physically. Have you tested yourself on tour? Have you played some of the challenger events? And I think that's really the test for me. When you're ready to leave or not is not necessarily at the futures level, because I think all college players can play and have some success. We've certainly seen that on the women's side here, having that success at the pro circuit events. But are you able to go deep in some of these challengers over the summer? And that's really what you're looking for as you make that next transition to the pros. Certainly would be interested to hear why Coach Diaz and Coach Hunt decided to redshirt Ethan Quinn. You know, a lot of guys don't see that very often in tennis. Guys, plenty of them leave before they've even played all 4 years. Certainly, if you've graduated in 4 years, guys try and make that jump to the tour at that kind of landing point. So
oh, big roar from Jamie Floyd Angel as he breaks. And that's the level we saw from him in set number 1. The fluidity of the 6'9" Frenchman. You just don't see it often in a man that size. 2-1 lead now here in the third set. No, to continue this conversation, there's only one guy I can think of who does it. Ohio State head coach Ty Tucker. And you know when you go into that Ohio State program, you're on the Tucker plan. Doesn't matter what you did prior to attending Columbus. We saw this season Jack Anthrop, who is a top 50 junior in the world. He gets redshirted. Obviously, that's planned with Ethan Quinn as well this past season. It's fascinating. And, you know, again, part of the reason so many players choose to go to college, you can point to examples, someone like a Cam Norrie, Mackie McDonald, Marcos Giron, a Max Cressy, who's into the final in Newport this week. He'll take on Sasha Bublik. You know, some guys just need that extra year, 2 years, 3 years to develop physically, get themselves to where the body is at the same place as the other elements of their game. I think about a Stevie Johnson, who would be the first to admit he was fat coming into college, and just the physical transformation he made in those 4 years. Obviously, he was pretty good by the end of it. I mean, that's a real thing, isn't it, BK?
Yeah, look, everyone's got a different reason for why they go to school or turn pro. Some people are certainly ready. We've seen this young American generation of Fritz, TFO, Opelka, Paul that went straight to the tour, and they all came along at different times too, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, we've seen plenty of guys. My era, guys in my birth year: Stevie Johnson, Austin Krajicek, Jameer Jenkins, Ryan Williams, Tennis Sangren. Everyone went to school for at least a little bit and certainly benefited from that. So there's more than one way to skin a cat, certainly. And for certain players, I've always felt, unless you're far and away a standout talent, it's helpful to go to college and get stronger, be in that environment.
That's really good from Jamie Floyd Angel as he holds, as he sets up game point chances for himself with that massive plus 140 and 440 love. Ace T, 3-1 for the 22-year-old. I have a question that, again, maybe 6 people in the world would be willing to entertain. And I do apologize to some of our Cracked Racquets fans tuning in. It is hour 6, now, of our broadcast. Got to keep it loose, entertaining. And when we have a mind like BK to pick, I have to do it. Can I give you one guy who I swear, had he not gone to college for 4 years, but had he walked onto the pro tour after his freshman season, I'm convinced he'd still be in the top 10 today?
Let's hear it.
Alex Gruskin, who is like one of the first 3 players I've ever been all in on. Freshman year Alex Gruskin at Virginia, 18 years old, 6'7", 180 pounds. That Alex Gruskin, I swear to God, to this day, like, I don't know if I've ever seen a college freshman that's that good.
He was dominant. There's no question about that. He had tools, as pure a ball striker as you'll see. It's so difficult at that age to say, but there's so many variables. We see Floyd Angel starting to rediscover that first set form. There's so many variables that go into play. And also, you have to be willing. The thing about the Pro Tour is it's not as much about the physical tools as the mental tools. You have to be willing to grind it out day in and day out, travel. I firmly believe that 90% of making it on tour is in the mind and just putting in the work. And yes, you need the physical assets. You need the strength, the stamina, the weapons. But the guys who can show up day in and day out, those are the guys that have the most success on tour.
God, what are these decisions?
I also, again, people see Medvedev now and Zverev and Khachanov, Bublik, Cressy, all these 6'6" guys who can move. Young Alex Gruskin could scoop. I mean, take that ball early on the rise. We're not going to do a history lesson here, I promise, folks. But if you're bored, 2011 NCAA quarterfinals, Virginia versus Stanford. YouTube it. You'll thank me afterwards. You'll see Bradley Klahn in that video hit a massive inside-out lefty forehand against Michael Shabazz, give a massive fist pump as well as he earned a straight set victory on that day. It's one of those videos I have memorized.
That was an atmosphere, I will say that.
Yeah.
Not going to find many better college tennis atmospheres than that day.
It's really funny because in the video there's a close-up of future Stanford player Yale Goldberg, who was in the crowd just attending the match casually. And again, you're just like, look at casual Yale Goldberg sitting there in the stands. You're like, what a time.
I have to go back and watch that. I don't even.
It's a good video. You look good in it too. They show good clips again of you and versus Shabazz. It's also why I have a man crush on Ryan Thatcher, because he beats Damajan that day. And I'm like, how did that happen?
Oh.
Tough miss there for Ethan. The relentless pressure of Jamie Floyd. Angel adding up. And so now it's a double break 4-1 lead. The 22-year-old Frenchman in control here in set number 3. And I want to quickly pop over now to our doubles final. Officially underway. Excuse me, warm-ups now officially underway. This is a really fun matchup, folks. Nate Pondworth, who we'll see in our singles final tomorrow, earned a 3-set win today over Hudson Rivera. He's partnered with Wake Forest All-American recent graduate Eduardo Nava, 2 college grads, taking on a couple of young bucks here. Future Michigan Wolverine Bjorn Svensson, who you see with the backwards hat and sleeveless on the ad side of your screen. He's partnered with a familiar last name to tennis fans. Not Brandon, but Bryce Nakashima, younger brother of Brandon, who, by the way, we had on our Cracked Interviews podcast earlier this week to talk about this SoCal Pro Circuit, his progress on tour. His brother Brandon playing in his first Pro Circuit final today with Bjorn Svensson. Again, taking on Nava and Pondworth. As you see, warm-ups underway here. We'll keep an eye on it, but let's go back to our men's singles semifinal. 22-year-old Jamie Floyd Angel serving on the near side of your screen.
Just like set number 1, it is all working for Floyd Angel in set number 3. An inside-out forehand is a difficult shot from the middle of the court, but falling off your back foot and able to find that angle for a winner, that's confidence.
Oh, but Ethan Quinn in survival mode. Good speed to track down that drop shot. A little flick of the wrist. 4-15 all. All right. Quote my girl Ariana Grande, Ethan Quinn's got him going side to side. 15:30 now, a little bit of an opening. Sure. Facing a pressure moment. 109 out wide.
I like the Gruskin speed gun.
Yeah, it was an efficient 109. I've seen some serves in my day. You spend a few days with Madison Keys. You're like, okay, I now have the barometer. Okay, EQ.
Again, Ethan Quinn showing he will not go away lightly. Still battling down 2 breaks in this decider.
And again, even if he doesn't get over the finish line today, mount some sort of comeback. This experience just hanging around, invaluable for the 18-year-old.
You want to give yourself as much court time and matches as possible. It's all about information. It's all about finding different ways to win. You never know. You hang around long enough, you find that people start to crack a little bit. The hardest time is trying to close out a match. Those nerves set in, just hanging around.
Quinn gets a break back. Still down a break here in the third, but 2-4 now for the number 5 seed. And let's go split screen as our men's doubles final gets underway. Again, Nava partnering with Pondworth as they take on Svensson and Nakashima. By the way, again, Svensson, Nakashima, Quinn, just going to be 3 of the participants we see at this year's Boys 18s USTA National Championships. Just to read some of the names in that field, as I've had the opportunity, a little Twitter exchange today with the GOAT, Colette Lewis. We add these 3 into the mix. Wimbledon doubles champions Sebastian Gersny, Alex Mickelson, Wimbledon singles finalist Michael Zhang, Australian Open junior singles finalist, I believe, Bruno Kuzuhara, guys like Martin Dahm, last year's Wimbledon junior champ Samir Banerjee. I can name 20 other guys who in most years would be the favorites to capture the Kalamazoo title. This year's field, as deep as you'll see, in my opinion, probably as good as we've seen since the Fritz, Tiafoe, Tommy Paulo Pelka quartet and group of guys. Exactly. I mean, the Tiafoe-Kozlov 2015 final is arguably the best match this century in junior tennis, American junior tennis at least. And trust me, I'm the guy with the list.
I'm not fighting you on that one.
That'll be the subject of a podcast conversation we'll have with Colette Lewis coming up in the next couple of weeks. See Ethan Quinn, 30 love. Meanwhile, Nava was part of that 2014-2015 field of Kalamazoo excellence, as was Nate Pondworth. They were the undercards. And that was an incredible field. Now Pondworth, again, 1 love, 15-0. Looks like that's Bjorn Svensson serving on the far side of your screen. Yeah, he's the sleeveless one. That's definitely him. Sails a bit on him there. Again, the experience level for Nava and Pondworth, who each played 4 seasons plus of collegiate doubles. Certainly the favorites are the number 2 seed as we enter today's doubles final. you ever practice doubles prior to college, BK?
I don't believe we practice much doubles straight up. In college, a lot of doubles practice. A lot of drills, a lot of plain doubles sets. Certainly in juniors, I worked on a lot of transition, a lot of volleys. I have my coach Lee Mary to thank for that, and just having the foresight to develop an all-court game, the ability to move forward, and certainly encouraged me to play a lot of doubles just to help that. Doubles is such a great way to much more serve, return, volley practice, especially in a tournament. You just can't simulate the live competitiveness in a practice set or match.
Of course, Bradley Klahn, not only an NCAA singles champion, but an NCAA doubles finalist as well. Mentioned that Tiafoe Kozlov match, one of the top junior matches of the century. Certainly the doubles duo of Klahn and Thatcher, one of the top doubles duos in college tennis this century. Can't give you number one. It's probably got to be, I'm blanking on who Rajiv played with that year Illinois swept it. It wasn't with Delic. Was it Wilson? I don't think he played with Wilson. I think it was with someone else.
I feel like you have to win an NCAA title if you want to hold the mantle of top.
Yeah, but you guys won the fall stuff a bunch, which puts you in the conversation.
Not out of the conversation for
yeah, exactly.
You describe it.
Like DeVarman, Huey are on the list. Shabazz and anyone are on the list.
Shabazz Courtney was that?
Win healthy.
Yeah.
Inglot and Shabazz. Dom Inglot was top 20 doubles player in the world, right? It's a pretty good duo.
Had some players come out of that UVA squad.
Yes, they did indeed. I'm gonna go nuts otherwise. It was Brian Wilson with Rajiv Ram. Shout out to the brain. Still works. See Ethan Quinn. First point always so critical. Gets it, but then sprays on the forehand 4-15-0. We're going to keep an eye on that doubles match, certainly, but can we go full screen for our singles semifinal now as we reach this critical juncture? And I do apologize. I know we've been a bit Quinn-centric here on the broadcast. He's been the one facing a deficit for so long. The question has been, how will he come back? But you look for Floyd Angel here. And 4-3, 30-15. Frustration mounting for Quinn. What do you want to see from the 22-year-old Frenchman down the home stretch?
It's always helpful when you have that big serve to pull you out of a jam, especially in these tight moments. The nerves set in, that arm starts to feel a little heavy. In those moments, you're really looking for one or two weapons, two shots that you can really rely on, your go-to bread and butter, and that is certainly the serve for Floyd Angel, who saw come out with a great serve, ace out wide.
Our longest and most physical point of the match. Brilliant finish at the net from Floyd Angel, the 22-year-old Frenchman, now just one game away
That was big hitting in a crucial moment for Floyd Angel. Just about to say those are not the points that you want to see if you're Floyd Angel, letting Quinn get his feet set in the point, but he did a great job moving the ball around and showing off that big forehand on the run to take control.
6'9" Frenchman, 22 years old, currently 602 in the rankings. Looking to reach a 4th Pro Circuit final. Would be his first of 2022. One thing I will say for Quinn, he gets spirited out there. Guy who plays with his emotions on his sleeve. I don't think it's detrimental, though. I just think that's how he is.
He's passionate.
Yes.
He knows that, and you love to see that in a young kid growing into his own, developing. You want to see the love for the game, the passion, the desire to compete, and that you're getting that on full display here from Ethan Quinn.
Clearly a bit of a perfectionist, and all the great ones are, but you're absolutely right. The thing you can't fake is the passion, and there's no denying Ethan Quinn has a passion for this sport. 15 all now as he looks to stick around here. Just give himself another chance. Ask that question of Floyd Angel. Force him to serve it out. Sailed on him for the double.
So important for Quinn to find a way to get this hold, put the pressure back on Floyd Angel. Give him something to think about when he's stepping up to the line to try and serve that out.
4th double fault for Quinn. He's 8 of 32, 25% win percentage on the second serve today. That's a brilliant response to a double fault. Ace out wide. Game points Quinn. back to our singles action as soon as it resumes. Will be Floyd Angel serving for the match. Meanwhile, early break point chance for Svensson and Nakashima. Of course, again, these doubles finals, 2 out of 3 set, 10-point breaker in the third, no ad scoring. They're gonna go Nakashima or Bjorn? Gonna go Nakashima there. Go split screen for the deuce point. It's a nice start to the final service game for Floyd Angel.
Great first point. A lot of margin on that serve and forehand, playing through Quinn.
Return sent long, so 3-2. Now the Pondworth stay in the lead on serve in our men's doubles final.
That is what you're looking for if you're Ethan Quinn. Little hesitant on that second serve. Just didn't have that same acceleration we've seen from him. It's that heavy arm trying to close out the match.
It's a nice way to follow a double. Again, another safe margin on the first serve. Effective with that first volley. All you really got to do is make that volley.
Yeah, I really like the way he went off pace there.
Mm-hmm.
Choosing placement, trying to stretch the Quinn forehand return, and that produces that high backhand volley. And not always about pace. We've seen the pure pace from him, but also can get the opponent guessing.
Just like that, 22-year-old Jamie Floyd Angel, 2 match points to reach his first singles final of the 2022 season. Well, it's either a double fault or a 1 point. So far in this game, that's why you build the 40-15 lead, folks. Match point number 2 coming up for the 22-year-old. What do you think here? Kick wide?
He's like that slider tee. See if he does elect to spread the court, though. More of a... He certainly went for it. Ooh, some choice not to clear the ball.
Hit the serve, slider tee. That is the comfort food for him on that shot. But sloppy footwork there.
Yeah, you know, that to me, just a little bit of a sign of nerves, wanting to try and rush through, get that match done with, go clear the ball out of the court, gather yourself. Oh, that is exquisite touch.
Nothing Ethan Quinn can do but just shrug his shoulders clap his racket and say, too good, my friend. And so it's match point number 3. Let's see if we can get a first serve. Well, that's one way to end it. Inside out forehand drop shot winner, epitomizing the talent we saw on display. 22-year-old Jamie Floyd Angel. 6-love, 4-6, 6-4. Wasn't easy, but he ultimately advances to the 4th ITF Pro Circuit final of his career as we transition now to our men's doubles final, BK. It's going to be Floyd Angel taking on Nate Pondworth. Your first reaction to that final?
I think Nate Pondworth is going to have to neutralize the pace and aggression of Floyd Angel. We've seen Pondworth these last couple of weeks when he's able to dictate play, to really dig in, be physical, and move the ball around. He's had success. When he plays a little bit more passive, lets the opponent dictate the energy, that's when he struggles. And you know, with Floyd Angel, you're going to be getting pace and energy and aggression the whole match. So really important. I think that's the key to the match. Is Floyd Angel able to continue that level and sustain the level that we saw in the first set and throughout parts of that third? We saw that dip in the second. Can he sustain that? And can Pondworth continue to attack and try and expose some of that Floyd Angel movement?
So we see again Pondworth, Nava extending their lead, and how frequently does that occur? You have a break point chance, you see it evaporate, you get broken yourself. Ultimately, Nava Pondworth now in front 5-2 here in set number 1. And again, just to set the scene for today's ITF doubles final, Nathan Pondworth, 24 years old, going to be in our singles final tomorrow, but you look for him today looking to win his first doubles title of 2022, 4th doubles title of his career. He's partnered again with Eduardo Nava. Nava, 25 years old, just wrapped up his college career at Wake Forest University. He and his brother Emilio partnered for a title back in 2020, but Nava looking for his first pro title of his now full-time pro career. Of course, on the other side of the net, couple of young rising talents in Bryce Nakashima and Bjorn Svensson. Nakashima, 18 years old, as is Svensson. Similar dynamic to what we saw in our women's doubles final, right, BK? It was Jones, McKenna Jones, Brianne Miner, taking on a couple of teenagers as well. They were ultimately able to advance. What do you want to see here from the 18-year-olds?
I think it's a little bit of the same. If you can call Nava and Pondworth the veterans versus the upstarts, certainly want to see Svensson and Nakashima continue to just sink into the match a little bit. First final for Nakashima. small margins here in this doubles, right? We mentioned that early break point to go up 3-2, missed return, turn around and get broken, and a quick hold for Nava and Pondworth, and now all of a sudden you're looking at a 5-2 deficit. So just really reminding themselves that doubles momentum swings quickly. Taking care of the serve. Talked earlier on the broadcast about the importance of finishing games, especially in this no-ad format. This is a sprint.
See a nice serve there from Nakashima. You look for Bryce Nakashima. Actually is top 1,000 already. Excuse me, won a doubles title earlier this season down in Cancun.
I stand corrected. So he has been in this.
Yeah, that's on me.
Before. Still young, but certainly gained some of that experience to draw on in this final.
Absolutely. Of course, on the flip side, partnered with Bjorn Svensson. Svensson playing in his first pro doubles final, reached a semifinal in Tulsa about a month ago. Svensson going to be starting his college career this fall at the University of Michigan.
You looking for another reason to yell "Go Blue"?
Never need an excuse, my friend. Never need an excuse. Of course, Bryce Nakashima right now, a rising senior, uncommitted in the class of 2023. Blue chip, ranked 13th in his class. According to tennisrecruiting.net, a lot of talent in that class of 2023. These two, again, just two of the many names we'll see emerge over the next few seasons, whether it be at the ITF or collegiate level. Nava and Pondworth, though, obviously not too shabby themselves here. They're 3 points away from an opening set.
Important for Pondworth here, really being efficient in this doubles. We saw that 3-hour grind of a 3-set singles win earlier today. A lot of tennis for Pondworth over the last few weeks. Sometimes can be hard mentally, start to wear down a little bit physically, and that affects the thought process out there, but really important for him to kind of smell those victories close. Has the opportunity to play for 2 titles. You don't see that very often.
Really, you do not. In fact, you look at our SoCal Pro Circuit, we've had just one player in our 6 weeks of action sweep both the singles and doubles title. Happened in week 1 was August Holmgren, who was fresh off an NCAA singles final, came in with so much momentum, was able to capitalize. But even that took a 21-19 third set victory in the doubles. So obviously not an easy task to accomplish. And right now, Nate Pondworth's halfway to the doubles half of that equation. 6-3 set for he and Eduardo Nava. Of course, a massive thank you to our sponsors who help make our coverage of this 2022 USTA SoCal Pro Circuit possible. Of course, that starts with the USTA Pro Circuit, ITF World Tennis Tour themselves. Head on over Bryan Brothers Foundation, Bruce Clegan family, the Crable family, Southern California Tennis Association Foundation, and our friends, of course, at Wilson. Takes an entire village to ensure our beloved sport is in a healthy spot moving forward. Would not be possible to have this SoCal Pro Circuit without the support we have gotten from each of the people you see on your screen. Of course, with that said, again, 6-3 first set, just a single break of serve separating these two teams thus far. No, we haven't gotten to lock in on much of this action yet, but dare I say, BK, that was a pretty cookie cutter set.
Yeah, very clean from Nava and Pondworth. We saw the one break point they had to save, got through that unscathed, immediate break, and then just cruised from there to this first set. Definitely in doubles, there's a lot of room with the no ad scoring. Momentum shifts for things to get a little crazy out there. So anytime you can keep that first set straightforward, build an early lead. Makes a huge difference coming into set number 2.
We always, when we have these opportunities, like to play a little Bradley Klahn history lesson here on these broadcasts. Let me ask you this. If you knew Michael Venus was going to do what he ended up doing, would you have never left him as your doubles partner early in your career?
I am very happy for Mike. Mike has been one of my best friends on tour since we got to play with each other in Romania, actually. Played a futures over there in Baku back in 2013 and had quite the summer together. Got to play Wimbledon in 2014 together, which was a really special moment for us. And I'm really happy to see the success he's had, focusing on the doubles, winning the French Open, I believe making a Wimbledon final as well. So just really happy for him.
That was a heck of a summer for you two back in 2013. What was it? Binghamton title. I have it in front of me now. Lexington final that November. Yokohama title as well. Then all of a sudden, September 2014, you're showing up with Tim Smyczek. Talk about bringing a knife to a gunfight. Just kidding, obviously. Timmy Smyczek, another great guy out there on tour.
Smyczek and I had quite a bit of double success, actually, ourselves. Made the third round of the U.S. Open in 2014. I had certainly chosen to focus on singles more and more as the 2014 season turned a new leaf and was dealing with some injuries. So doubles was less a priority for me, but that 2013 summer, a lot of matches between singles and doubles with Mike Venus.
Absolutely, and obviously as we see early on here, Svensson, Nakashima may have played some juniors together and have certainly floated in the same circles, have actually faced one another here in this SoCal Pro Circuit in doubles. How difficult is it to develop that chemistry? More than anything, it just takes time and reps, right?
Certainly, it's, you know, it helps if you're friends with them off the court. You develop that bond outside of the tennis circles, and then just playing together, it comes over time. Look at Bob and Mike Bryan. You know, I certainly think that playing together and being able to keep a stable partner makes a big difference. I see a lot of players changing partners on tour, and it's all about finding the right fit for you. I'm one who's never had a real stable partner. I've chosen to play with my friends a lot of the time, and it's less planned out, I guess.
Sure.
Advance, just as a singles guy, more looking at where do I feel physically? Do I need to add some matches? If that's the case, can I add some doubles? And when I do look to do that, it's playing with guys you're comfortable with.
As we see Svensson Nakashima, a little bit of an opening here.
Sneaky let cord and a hop over the racket of Nava. Or excuse me, is that Pondworth? Pondworth, sorry.
Yes. Pondworth at the net right now. At this point, I recognize the Pondworth squat. I know that sounds goofy, but when you watch this guy return serve or prepare himself for 6 straight weeks, it's just like, okay, 117 degrees, that's the Pondworth bend. BK is at like a solid 122 when the back is healthy.
Don't get down that low.
and nowadays it's like a 45.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something that you can pass as an athletic stance. Let's pay attention to this game. We've seen Svensson and Nakashima had that love 30 lead. Now they've got 2 more break points. We saw them not able to capitalize in the first set and quickly turn around and lose the break. Are they able to sustain some of this momentum and get up that early break?
Come on. Go.
Second break point chance here of the match.
That's the best way to save a break point. Reach back, and Svensson taking this one after Nakashima took that first deuce point break opportunity at 2-all in the first. That's impressive from Nava, able to hit the same spot twice in a row. Interesting choice from Svensson and Nakashima. Svensson aced out wide there to save 1 break point, and they asked the question of Nava, can you do it again? And he answers.
I'm going to be a little corny here. I think it was as simple as, hey, you took the last deuce point. Let me try this time.
Generally, I would say yes.
Yeah, it was okay. That one came a little bit short. So let's try. Let's see if you can do something different here.
I would say that's the simple answer. If you're looking deeper into it, I think you got to look at Nava's comfortability on that serve out wide.
Sure. And that's one of his spots. Serve out wide to set up a +1 forehand. If you've watched Nava play any singles in his careers, I've been fortunate enough to do. Certainly. That was in the scouting report. And, you know, next time they can send me the pre-match text. I'll let them know.
That's something you'll learn. Even both players young on tour, learning the ropes. The scouting reports that you pick up, the little tips that you're going through for strategy in the match. Just in-match adjustments.
so crucial to make as you start seeing the opponents. You see what they're doing. Have to be really proactive and observant within the match.
As we see here, 15 all. Now 15-30. Once again, they were broken in set number 1 after letting a break point get away. It's a nice serve from Bryce Nakashima there just to steady things.
Again, back-to-back first serves when he needs them.
So game point chances here.
The perfect doubles play of split the wall at the net, or in this case, Nagashima playing one up, one back, and then pulling Svensson wide off, covering that return, and then splitting the team for the winner. And Nakashima, 3 big serves when he needed it there in this crucial third game of the second set.
So this time they are able to dig themselves out. We stay on serve in our doubles final. 2-1 here. And Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klon, our number 7, ready to begin here in our USTA SoCal Pro Circuit. Final week of action. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow for our singles finals. It'll be fun affairs in both. Kim Da-bin, number 1 seed, straight set winner today. She'll take on Snow Han. Han looking to make it 2 Pro Circuit titles here in this SoCal series. Of course, on the men's side, we'll get Nathan Pondworth back on court. Pondworth, an impressive 3-set victory today. He'll now take on the 22-year-old Frenchman, Jamie Floyd Angel, who earned himself a 3-set victory over the always difficult to face Ethan Quinn.
once again.
Mm-hmm.
Little bit of trouble in these service games. This time, Nava and Pondworth built that early lead. Strong returns from this team of Svensson and Nakashima. So important. That 30-love lead is not as big when you got this no-ad scoring.
Essentially a deuce point here, is it not, for Nathan Pondworth here on serve? All righty. Break point chances once again for Svensson and Nakashima, who to their credit have just stayed relentless. Now, what do you want to see the play call here? I wouldn't hate an I formation. Just do something to get Nava moving.
Yeah, you need to get Nava involved in the play here. They heard you.
Yeah, they did text me before the match. What was the play call? Sneaker up the line from Bjorn Svensson. Yeah, I think we can find a place for him in Ann Arbor. Like that action. Of course, you're not getting passed down the line. You're not playing doubles correctly, but that's just too good from the 18-year-old. So now 3-1. Folks, we have ourselves a match. Ooh. Of course, Bjorn Svensson had one of our breakout runs. I apologize, BK, earlier in this pro circuit. Made the semifinals back in week number 1 in Rancho Santa Fe. Impressive wins over top players in the college universe like an Adrian Boitan. Beat Michael Shabazz 0-0. BK did he in round number 1.
Michael Shabazz still out there.
Grinding away, indeed.
A confident start to this Svensson service game. Relying on that confidence, he single-handedly stole that break point from Nava and Pondworth. Nava saying, I can go up the line too.
So right now, Pondworth, Nava in danger of letting this set get away from them. So it is Svensson Nakashima consolidating for 4-1. Men's doubles final here, our final match of the day at the Lakewood Open. It's been a fantastic day of tennis, fantastic 6 weeks of tennis. Our Cracked Racquets team has been so grateful to have the opportunity to call. Been great to have you here, BK, for the final 3 weeks as well. Certainly added a more enjoyable dynamic in our broadcast booth. Certainly made the life of Daniel Westhoff less miserable. Doesn't have to listen to me babble consecutively for 7 straight hours, but Of course, as this pro circuit does come to a close, you just got to wonder again, how can we make this a more frequent thing throughout the United States moving forward?
It's certainly a total team effort, as we saw from this SoCal committee and the wonderful sponsors who help make all of this possible. Does not go unnoticed, and it's we'd be remiss if we didn't say what a sacrifice it is to put these events on. It really requires the tennis community in the U.S. to buy in to the development of these players, and for the good of the game, just to put more events on, showcase the talent that's on display in our country, and give these men and women an opportunity to pursue their dreams.
See now, again, Svensson, Nakashima continuing their assault forward. 15 all here. You do wonder for Nate Pondworth, what's going through his head? Doubles final tomorrow. At this point, BK, again, you've been in this position. If you're Nate Pondworth, are you working on anything in this doubles final? Are you just swinging freely? What's going through his head?
At this point, you're trying to get a title.
Yeah, sure.
You're not thinking about working on anything particularly, but you're out there competing. You're running on fumes after that final earlier. The adrenaline kicks in, and you're just out there chasing the win in the championship. You know, there's a beauty and a simplicity in almost being fully exhausted after a long singles match and quieting the mind, going out there and just playing tennis and enjoying the doubles for what it is. That's often the case for players focusing more on the singles, able to play a little bit freer in the doubles.
Svensson looking to find that forehand from a slightly uncomfortable position on the court. Forehand ends up in the net. 2-4. Pondworth not able to hold. But again, it's the 18-year-old Svensson. Nakashima with the break lead, and it's Bryce Nakashima now, 18 years old, serving on the near side of your screen. And yes, it is that Nakashima family. Bryce, the younger brother. Top 50 player in the world, Brandon Nakashima. Always wondered what it would be like. I mean, I'm fortunate enough to have two brothers who both played tennis, have the chance to share the court with them quite frequently. I always wonder what it's like to live in a family where it's like, yeah, you know, older brother's top 50, younger brother already has an ITF doubles title. He's a blue chip recruit. It's like, shout out to the Nakashimas. They know what they're doing. By the way, shout out to the Navas as well. Emilio Nava, a big junior slam final run a couple of years ago in Australia. He's top 400 in the world. Diego Nava was one of, I believe, 3 players this season at Xavier to earn a victory over Cannon Kingsley of Ohio State. And Diego Nava participating in the NCAA Singles Championships this year as well. tennis families. It's a real thing.
You're going there? Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Come on. Big serve. 30 on. Come on.
Big 30-all point here for Bryce Nakashima. See if he can land a first serve. What's the target going to be? Forehand wide. Okay. Nava likes to take big cuts off that wing. Cut into the net, so point chances here, and we see an I formation. Love that call.
Serve to the forehand. Nope.
Come on.
But big wide does the job. Pondworth Nava giving that line call a second look, but in the end, 5-2 now for the unseeded 18-year-olds Bjorn Svensson, Bryce Nakashima. Of course, Alex Gruskin, Bradley Klahn, grateful to be here to cover the final weekend of action at this 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. If you guys have any thoughts, things you'd like to hear from us about, at AL Gruskin, at Bradley Klahn, at Cracked Racquets on Twitter. Again, cannot thank our sponsors enough. In particular, you don't see his name up on the screen, but have to give a massive, massive shout out to our friend Chris Boyer. Was instrumental in getting these SoCal Pro Circuits off the ground. Part of that Southern California USTA SoCal committee that was essential in putting these events together. And again, when he gave us the call, said any interest in showcasing all the talent on display, was the easiest yes we could have offered here at Cracked Racquets, and hopefully we'll have the chance to continue to partner with our friends at the USTA SoCal moving forward. I know they're getting excited for the girls 16s, 18s national championships coming up at the Barnes Tennis Center in a few weeks. For now, we lock in on our men's doubles final. Pondworth serving now love 15 after a brilliantly connected forehand down the line from Bryce Nakashima. We see Svensson and Nakashima ending with the break. and we will head to a deciding third set breaker. 6-2. The teenagers take it to force the third. And again, this third set breaker played to 10. Win by 2, BK. I like the sudden death breaker. I like the finality of it all. The sprint that is those first 6 points. You're shaking your head, though. You disagree?
No, I like it. I think it's great. I'm a huge fan of this format for the doubles. A lot of momentum swings. I think the 10-point tiebreaker is long enough that it gives you a chance. You're never quite out of it.
Mm-hmm.
That early 3-4-0 deficit, nothing to slouch at. Certainly would prefer not to, but I think it's a fun and exciting way to end a match. It provides for a lot of drama, and both teams here, we've seen a lot of momentum swings. We saw that early, first set, Nava Pondworth stave a break point, immediately race off with the rest of the set. Svensson Nakashima do a great job bouncing back in the second set and really running away with the end of that one.
And so now we see who has the chops in this third set deciding breaker. I agree with you. I enjoy the finality of it all. Certainly if you're Nate Pondworth, as you're sitting there, you're thinking to yourself, well, it's 10 points. I got 20 more minutes at most in me, and 20 minutes means we've really gone to overtime.
Yeah, that's a 22-20.
Yeah, exactly. That means we've pushed this breaker to the limit, even with all the side switching that occurs. And again, looking at our schedule for tomorrow's SoCal Pro Circuit action, still waiting on a starting time for our men's singles final. I can say you look on the women's side, still waiting there as well. So good update, Alex. That was useful. I'm glad all of you tuned in for that information. Of course, we'll be recapping all things SoCal Pro Circuit, talking about the action happening on the ATP WTA Tour this week on our mini break podcast as well. I will say I'm excited to head out to Los Angeles to do some work for Tennis Channel over the next 2 weeks. Again, as I arrive in the city, BK has to ship out. Just wouldn't make sense for us to hang out in person. That'd be weird.
That's what Zoom is for, right?
Yeah, exactly. What year is it? Come on. And so absolutely, but looking forward to that opportunity. I should pop by USTA SoCal, right, in Carson?
Yeah, we have plenty of guys out there next week.
Bring the headset.
Getting ready for the Atlanta ATP event and the full summer swing.
Mm-hmm. It's almost that time. Atlanta, Los Cabos, City Open, Cincinnati, Toronto. I think there's an event in New York. I'm not sure. Right around Labor Day weekend, if you're free. Yeah. Do we still have the photo of BK from that first U.S. Open victory, super producer Daniel Westoff, as we wait for this third set breaker to get underway? Just show everyone what a young BK looked like out there as he began his pro tour. Maybe we'll hit that on the first changeover as it's time to rock and roll here. Third set breaker. Final handshakes underway. Bjorn Svensson to kick it off. It's a bold point construction. You typically leave that inside inside shot. You typically leave to the forehand there. That was a little stretch from Nava, but did such a good job keeping that ball low.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I was amazed at Bryce Nakashima just ducking to get out of the way, but still almost managing to find that volley lob.
Yes.
Second serve sails on him. So the mini break gotten back. 1-2 here for Svensson Nakashima. 2 serves on the racket of the 18-year-old Bryce Nakashima now.
Trade some double faults.
Little gift exchange. 1 double fault for me, 1 double fault for you. Mini break back in hand, 3-1. Nava returning here on your due side of the screen. Again, Nakashima serving on the far side. Net cord lands good. I think Pondworth had him pass no matter what.
Yeah, anytime you're set up with the forehand that we've seen Pondworth be able to create inside the court, you have to like their chances, but a little added benefit of the let cord.
Little salt in the wound, perhaps. As we see the double mini break 4-1 lead here now again. Nava Pondworth stay out in front. Love that play.
That's incredible court coverage at the net from Nava. Just, you love to see the proactiveness, really eager to go out and get the ball. That's what we'd say, wanting to win it on your terms.
It's a great word choice there, proactive. That's what he was. Tracked that ball so well. I think that stretch backhand volley is the toughest shot to hit in all of tennis. Not for Eduardo Nava, though. Nava holding. Or, excuse me, Nava. With the stretch volley to keep the lead 5-1 here. The veterans, and I say that with quotation marks, veterans keep their nose out in front, 2 efficient points on serve. They're in command 6-1 here. Let's see what Bjorn Svensson can come up with.
Good first serve, exactly what he needed. All you're looking for here, 2 solid first serves, put the pressure right back on Nava and Pondworth. Still plenty of time left in this breaker.
We talked about it before. That body serve can be so effective in doubles. Well, it started with the return from Eduardo Nava. Catches that backhand perfectly on the rise, BK.
Excellent second serve return. You could see how much pressure he put Svensson under. Anytime you're playing immediately from the defense in that 1-up, 1-back position, you're in a precarious spot, and he was unable to dig himself out.
Two words, cruise control. That's what we've seen right now from the 2 seeds, Pondworth and Nava, who to this point of the tournament dropped 2 sets, one last in their semifinal rounds to Anthrop and Koenig, but wins over Menechella and Otico, wins over Mickelson and Tien as well. Alex Mickelson coming straight from Junior Wimbledon. play this week's Lakewood 15K. Respect the hustle of the teenager. Oh, can you imagine that as we see a nice fight there? Get at least one of those mini breaks back. Alex Mickelson on a Saturday, partners with Sebastian Gursny to win the Wimbledon Junior Doubles title. On the Tuesday, he's back playing the first round of the Lakewood 15K Futures. Come on now. That's tennis in a nutshell.
That is tennis in a nutshell. There is no time to celebrate. It's
on the flight back, you're like, I'll watch a good movie. It's just unbelievable.
Next tournament, you win Junior Wimbledon, and you're already all right. Well, that was great. What's next?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, did someone at least get a photo? I just want to make sure it actually happened. As we see here, Nava Pondworth 1 point away again for Nate Pondworth. Would be his 4th pro doubles title, would be the 2nd for Eduardo Nava, and just exactly the sort of boost you look for. If you're Nava, you try to get your career going in the right way. Pondworth trying to keep the momentum flowing into tomorrow's final. Not yet, says Bryce Nakashima. Not yet. Ace T, 9-4, championship point. What's your serve prediction?
I like a good body serve here. Got a big lead. I have a feeling they're not going to. I have a feeling playing with the lead, they're going to want to go for a little bit extra, add a little emphasis on the match point, but just really important to stick to basics.
I actually did. Body serve. I like the choice.
On tee, but I guess when you're that far wide, hard to hit that tee without it going in.
And you hear the roar from Eduardo Nava. He and Nathan Pondworth, 6-3, 2-6, 10-4. Your number 2 seeds, your Lakewood Open men's doubles finals champions. And that'll do it for our semifinal / championship Saturday here at the Lakewood Open. Bradley Klon, your reaction first to this Nava Pondworth victory.
Yeah, incredible effort from Nathan Pondworth to come back after that 3-hour singles match we saw earlier today, having to come back from a set down against Hudson Rivera, grind it out there, and then to summon up the energy. When you're playing for another title, it's always easy to get up for that, but full credit to him and his partner, Eduardo Nava, for putting that second set behind them, and they really started off hot in the third set breaker, and as you mentioned at the end, put it on cruise control.
It was an impressive performance. And again, that sets up now tomorrow's singles final. Going to be 2 fun matches for us across the board. Our top seed on the women's side, Kim Da-Bean, still alive for the title. She's going to take on Snow Han, who, of course, won a SoCal Pro Circuit title just a few weeks ago. On the men's side, as we've alluded to, we're going to get Nathan Pondworth back on screen one more time. Pondworth going to take on Jamie Floyd Angel. Should be 2 exciting matches of tennis. And of course, we'll have all of that action for you. Myself, Bradley Klon, starting tomorrow. I'm going to imagine no earlier than 1 p.m. Eastern time. With that in mind, BK, any final thoughts from Saturday?
Excellent day of tennis. We saw it all. A few straight sets, women's matches, couple brutal battles on the men's side, and crowned our first 2 champions of this week's Lakewood event.
Love to see it. A couple of veterans, right? Jones, Minor, Pondworth, Nava, all getting the job done. With that said, though, 6.5 hours in the books. We still got at least 3 more to go. We hope all of you will join us on another Championship Sunday. A shout out, as always, to super producer Daniel Westhoff. Cannot emphasize this enough. We got back from Iowa, this Madison Keys Court of Dreams celebration of tennis event at 4 a.m. Eastern time yesterday. He published that broadcast, edited it all, got it out to you by 10 a.m. Eastern time this morning. Now up for 6.5 hours for today's broadcast as well. You know what we're going to have him do for the next 12 hours? Sleep. sleep from start to finish. I may use my Harry Potter skills, put him in one of those sleeping spells as well, slip something into that coffee just to make sure he's knocked out good. Shout out to super producer Daniel Westoff, best in the business, makes everything happen here at Cracked Racquets. With all of that said, for the fantastic Bradley Klon, our super producer Daniel Westoff, and all of us here at CR, I am Alex Gruskin. You've been watching our coverage of the 2022 USTA SoCal Pro Circuit. We'll see you all for Championship Sunday tomorrow.